Good morning. Good morning, good
Hi
morning, good morning.
MEOW. MEOWNING Heroho 4 byte claps feet.
Oh,
Greetings Pewinceps. How
oh,
are we? Tips
oh,
Fedora. Do
wow.
you come around Hugh often?
Wow. I didn't think I would ever hear the TTS voice talking like that. Class B is crazy. Thank you. Thank you so much. What a great way to start stream. I'm doing very good. I'm doing very good. How are you guys doing? Good. Congratulations to Jarchi for getting first. Hello, Jarchi. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Stream Elements. Hello, Hiroham. Hello, Oza. Hello, Sound Alerts. Give me a 5-hour stream and my life is yours. Wow. Wow, that is such a good deal. Are you saying you want me to stream like 5 hours at the least or like 5 hours at the most? Are you saying like we have to end stream exactly at the 5-hour mark and then I get your life? Good morning, Princess. Especially stream elements and sound alerts. Yeah, they're here all the time, and sometimes they're a little scuffed, but it's nice. It's nice to have it's nice to have them around, huh? Yes? 30-minute intervals. Oh. So so you want 10 30-minute streams? I think the VOD watchers would strangle me. You are almost at my favorite part of the game? Oh, really? I'm in a whale called Humphrey right now. Kind of freaking awesome. But how are you guys? Happy Tuesday if it's Tuesday for you. It's Tuesday for me. It's pretty cool. I will say though, there is supposed to be like a lunar eclipse visible at least in the United States. And I set my alarm and I woke up at like 6 a.m. to try to see this pretty eclipse, but it was cloudy. No eclipse for me. But since it is an eclipse day, maybe that's good luck or something. Oh my goodness, Mix also sent me this song. Oh, not this song. I thought this song was over. Anyway, apparently Young Gravy did a collab song with Brendan Urie of Panic at the Disco, so we gotta listen to that. I put that one in the queue. Pretty cool, huh? Wait, sorry, I'm so disorganized today. I woke up a little bit late, and then I took a shower, and the shower took a little longer than I thought it would, because I guess I was just chilling in the water, lost track of time. And then I had to eat lunch and like make my little coffee. Now we're a little bit late. Wait, listening? Listening? Do you guys like Young Gravy? I used to really like Young Gravy and Baby No Money. But I don't know, don't tell him I said this. I think Young Gravy fell off a little bit, but I quite like Baby No Money still. Oh, interesting. Do you guys like this? I don't think I like this. This sounds like somebody tried to make like a little remix on TikTok and it maybe flopped. But no offense if you like this. I don't know. I think I just really I write sins not tragedies. And this is too funky. My Ultra Kill OST instead. That's crazy. Does it have a good soundtrack? What's a Young Gravy? Oh, he's a rapper. He's a rapper. I'm trying to think of what his most popular song would be. The song that I found him from was called Coochie Anthem, but I don't know if that's his most popular one. Let me see what his most popular one is. Hmm. He has a song called Betty that it looks like it has the most listens on Spotify. He also did Mr. Clean. He also did Oops, if you heard of any of those. Ultracula's top tier? Is that your favorite game, Osa? I feel like you talk about it a lot. This is too funky. This is this is too funky. Um, we're we're getting out of that. We're actually going to Amori. Okay. Ducks view foe today. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Not to be a complainer, but I did take a shower before stream, which is like cool and awesome. I smell awesome, but my hair is wet. And I don't know if you ever wore like a headset while your hair was wet, but I feel like I'm exploding. Oops, all berries. Oops, all berries. Oh, Stretchy, you're so cereal brained. I haven't had Captain Crunch in a long time. I guess I haven't had a lot of cereal in a long time. I get the same like 4 cereals. Honeycombs, obviously, but only when it's on sale because that one's kind of expensive. And then Frosted Flakes, and then Fruit Loops, and maybe it's just those 3. I guess I get Cheerios sometimes, not too often. I like the strawberry Cheerios. If you've ever had those. Okay, the last time I played this game, I did some funky little puzzles for a slime girl, I think. Or maybe we're looking for a slime girl. Yeah, I don't really remember what we're doing in here. Our overarching quest is looking for our friend Basil. So I guess maybe we're looking for Basil inside this whale. I don't know. I don't really know what the idea is there, but Sweetheart's in here, and a slime girl's in here, and we're doing puzzles, and we're having a great time. You mix them all together? Wait, that tastes awesome? Yeah, it tastes awesome. I think the flavors would work together, but I think you might run into an issue with like the textures. Cause like honeycombs, when you pour in the milk, it gets soft kind of fast. Like you can't really let honeycombs just sit out for a while because it'll get yucky. But Frosted Flakes, I feel like you have to wait quite a while for them to get like soft, So if you mix them all together, you might have some that are way softer than others. But I think it would still be worth a try. I can't stand wearing headset while hair is wet. I have to blow dry every time. Really? I do have a blow dryer. I just don't use it too much. I always let my hair air dry. No, I don't. I think I just don't like the sound of a hair dryer. Like I'll do it, but it's not my favorite experience. Spoilers will be cursed with forever almost sneezes. Damn! That's kind of real. That's kind of real. What a good mod. What a banger threat. That's very cruel. Okay, we're talking to Wise Humphrey, so they called me in high school. Well, hello there, friends. Puzzles aren't everyone's forte, but that's pretty irrelevant now. Wow, that is pretty wise. What if we Ew! What if we pre-watered our Frosted Flakes, then filtered them and added them to the honeycombs? That is so upsetting. What do you mean water? Don't put water in your cereal. Maybe if you pre-milked them. This is a little loud. I don't know. That seems like a lot of work. Maybe the plan is you pour the Frosted Flakes, and then you pour a little bit of milk, and then you let that sit for like 1 minute. And then you pour honeycombs on top, and then put a little more milk on top. I think that's probably the best recipe you could do. Would that taste good? I mean, it wouldn't taste bad. Like, it's all just sugary sweet cereal. But I don't know. I don't know. I think it would take away from the flavors of both of the cereals, and it would just all be mushy. But you should try it and let me know how it goes. How long is this going to take? I don't have all day. My work takes patience. Stop talking, darling. I need to concentrate. Oh wait, I did... we did see this cutscene already, but I was like, I gotta go. I gotta go, and there's no save around here. So we can just read it again. So we're reading it again. Does that sound fun to have in the mouth, though? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a little fun. I don't know. Somebody should try it. No thanks. You're not committed to the science, huh? I like my cereal as bars with the hard milk. Hard milk? Like you freeze it? I've seen cereal bars before. They're like granola bars, but instead of oats, it's like cereal. I do not like those. Hard milk. Hard milk. That might be the worst thing I've read all day, I'm not gonna lie to you. How about now? Almost done, darling. And finished. At last. My greatest invention is complete! Oh, yeah. Oh, she's so cute. Now speak. Speak, my beautiful robot. Oh. Well, that doesn't sound right. Something must be off with the code. It's because you made me rush my work. Instead of to love, it must now be programmed to kill. Wait, it's kind of cute. Crunchy milk. Ugh. Are you going to the cereal bar and asking for hard milk? Beer milk. Oh my god. It'll curdle if you do that. It'll curdle, I think. I don't know. When I was in college, I made some pretty heinous mixed drinks. And one of them involved milk. and it curdled like immediately. So I would maybe not recommend that. No way! Oh my god. Oh, stream's over. I gotta go. Don't blame this on me. She's your robot. Thanks to you, my hopes of finding true love have been shattered. You disappointed me greatly. I'm storming off. My, what a handful. Well, she's not my problem now. Enough of this OST. What? I like this one. This is what my brain sounds like. People still drink it? Who's drinking curdled milk on purpose? I almost forgot. That girl, she owes me payment. I must catch her again before she leaves. Oh. Little guy. Oh, he's so happy. Hi, I'm Humphrey, your all-access pass to Humphrey, aka Slime Girl's lair. Strictly speaking, I guess I'm what you humans call an elevator. Unfortunately, we can only take one appointment at a time, so you'll have to wait your turn. Though, if you can find me a slimy keycard, I might be able to pull some strings for you. Nyak nyak. Okay, Okay, so I guess they're looking for a slimy key card. Hello, Ryan. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a lovely day. Okay. North or east? Maybe east. Maybe we do north last. Oh. Nice little potions. A lot of them. Oh, little guy. This game is so cute. I wonder whose shirt is being used as a flag. Just like a shirtless guy somewhere. We drink the Mountain Dew water? Do you think it would taste like Mountain Dew? It looks too dark. I'm trying to think of a drink that's that dark. We're in the Slurm factory? Slurm? Are you just saying slime funny? Or does slurm mean something? Ew. Fighting a booger today. Oh, wow. Wonderful. Surely it's not that strong. Slurm! It's the Futurama soda that's made from an alien slug slime. Slime soda, huh? It sounds like it would be quite thick. Like you'd go to drink it and it'd be like syrupy and viscous. Kind of awesome, maybe. Snot Bubble got happier. Oh, can't get happier. Sorry. The happiest little snot bubble ever. That's so unfortunate. Ew. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A little unfortunate. I guess we are like inside a whale. Well, I guess there's bound to be some gross stuff in there. What? You got fish taco! Oh, thank goodness. I was wanting one of those. Colorful potions and flasks of all shapes and sizes. A dubious concoction. Probably best left untouched. That kind of makes me want to touch it more. I wish I was a dubious concoction. Ultra krill in the tummy? Ultra krill! Sheesh! Hey, check this out, humans. Did you know that us Humphreys are strong enough to withstand a waterfall's current? Watch this. Oh my god. Yikes! Except for that guy, I guess. Oh well, that's just natural selection working. Hey, you know what? I just had an idea. I bet if we gather enough Humphreys, then maybe we could use them to form a bridge to the other side. Hey, I was supposed to say that. Okay. I gather that he just died. No, he just fell into a pit. You know, we've all been there. We've all been there. Ah, yes, some questionable gelatin. Do you like to eat some? Yes. You guys like gelatin? And then follow-up question, what's your favorite flavor of gelatin? I'm not the biggest gelatin fan. Jello is just okay. I'm trying to think. I think I like the purple one the best. That's how you do a pit check? What? What is a pit check? Like a fit check? Fit check. What's everybody wearing? I'm wearing a cinnamon roll shirt and just like black pants. You know, nothing crazy because I'm just staying home folk today. Mari's picnic basket. Oh yeah, let's save. Oh, maybe we should talk to her, huh? Yo, Cal, what's up? You look like you've grown just a bit taller. Maybe one day you'll even be taller than Hero. Hehe. So, do you need me to help you with anything? Think so. Ooh, we still have to look for ghosts for the party. I haven't seen a single ghost. Maybe I don't have, like, ghost vision. Let's have a picnic. Mari, this gelatin is delicious. What's it made out of? I'm not sure, Kel. I've just been scooping it off the walls and floor. Oh my god. Do you like it? You... What? Hehe. Just kidding. I made it by mixing fruit. Thank goodness. And, gelatin. Okay, yeah. But what's gelatin made out of? Well, Kel, gelatin. Gelatin is made out of gelatin. I see. Well, whatever. Food is food, I guess. Isn't gelatin like powdered, like, bones? Is that real? It's laundry day, so just jeans and a tee for me? Yo! There's nothing wrong with jeans and a tee. Held up by my suspenders. That's so awesome. Oh, wow. So, are you like sitting in the barrel, or did you cut out holes for your legs? The best outfit I've ever heard, I think. Bone matter, yeah, usually pig bones. Oh. I guess I never thought about what animal bones it would be, but that makes sense. Wait, do different animal bones taste different? Like if you use chicken bones or cow bones, would the jello be messed up? Who even thought about jello? Who even thought of powdering bones? Kinda weird. Georgie's in his work clothes from his day job as bottom popped off. Oh. Wow. So, like, are you safe for work right now? I feel like one wrong move and you're just a crime waiting to be committed, huh? Kurka! Field work in progress. Do not disturb. Oh. Aw, dang it. What if I, like, kinda want to disturb the field work? Nobody will know. Nobody will know. Humphrey! Hey, Humphrey. Do you want to join your friend Humphrey at the waterfall? Of course I will. I thought you'd never ask. Cute. We Humphrey in Medusa sector pride ourselves in being the best of the best. Oh, I forgot. The slime girls are like, there's Medusa and Molly, and I think there's a third one. I can't wait to see what Medusa looks like. Just don't chip in the barrel. It'll be all downhill from here. Oh, damn. Wow. That's awesome. You gotta be very careful with the suspenders is all. Oh, I see. Well, good luck. Colorful potions and flasks of all shapes and sizes. Biology is my worst subject, but that's never stopped me. Yeah, that's cool. I like biology. All the Humphrey from Marina sector keep disappearing, so she keeps asking Medusa for more. Oh, Marina's the third slime girl. Cool. I hope I'm not next. Cool. This looks like a job for Kel. Alright, Kel, go get him. I think slime girls taste like lime jello. Oh. I never even considered that there was lime jello. Oh my goodness. I thought it was just green apple. This changes things. Kind of awesome though. I don't know, have you guys ever had like the little squeeze up, like not necessarily jello, but like the jelly like drinks? I don't really know I don't really know what they're called, but they're like kind of wet enough that you can just squeeze them out of a tube. Have you guys ever had those? I feel like slime girls would taste like that. The green like squeeze up things. I know exactly what you mean. Oh, thank goodness. The little straws, yes! Yes. I've never like seen those at the store. I don't know where you get them from. But my friend's mom used to like pack them in her lunchbox like all the time in middle school. And she would share them with me. It's kind of awesome. Hey Humphrey, do you want to join your friend Humphrey at the waterfall? Sure, I love making bridges. Oh my goodness. That's such a red flag. I also love making bridges. Well, I would if I had the opportunity. Okay, this just goes over here. I don't know how you get them in the US, but you can usually find them in every shop that sells foreign candy. Oh. I guess I would call it candy. That's not what my first thought was, but I guess that is literally like what it is. Are they from Japan? Where are they making those? I think the US needs to get on that too. You got cheeseburger. Sure. Thinking about that cheeseburger from Scrandle yesterday. Oh my goodness, we're collecting so many Humphreys. There's an episode of classic DuckTales with Huey, Dewey, and Louie selling buckets of slime to people would eat like fast food. To this day, I can't imagine what it would taste like. Oh, was it green slime or blue slime? I think that's an important thing to know. Oh. Being attacked by a watermelon right now. The shops all used to be American candy. Lately it's getting more Japanese, I think. Aw, hell nah. American candy's falling off. What's you guys' favorite American candy? Wait, why? Why did everyone recover hearts? I don't even know what I did. A green slime, yeah. And it turned into a giant slime monster at the end. Oh. And people were eating that? They were eating something that was sentient? Man, imagine it turns into a monster like in your tummy. My tummy feel crazy. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I think green slime would taste like green grapes. I like the Reese's mini cups. Yo! I don't like peanut butter. I don't like peanut butter, so you can have all of mine. Do you mean American candy that I can usually get where I'm from? Because that kind of changed through the years. Reese's used to be considered American candy, but now it's everywhere? Really? I don't know. I kind of just assume that, like, everybody has access to the candy that I have access to. And I know that's not true, but like I don't know what American candies are like widespread and which ones are like only here. I don't know. Like I assume everybody has Kit Kats. And I assume everybody has Reese's. Y'all have Twix? Y'all have Snickers? Y'all have Skittles? I assume everyone has M&M's. I don't know. I don't know what y'all have. Probably Hershey's Kisses, really? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I feel like Hershey's chocolate isn't even that good, but something about it being in the little kiss shape, I don't know. Like biting off the little nub at the top. It's so satisfying. So I said it changes. Oh. Like that'd be so sad if there's one that you really liked and then it's like, oh, we don't got that anymore. Walked into my corner store the other day and saw it had Swedish fish. Brought me to a full stop because that candy never existed until somebody around here brought it up. Are Swedish fish even American? I thought they were from Sweden for real. Oh. Oh, I love Swedish fish. We do have all those. I remember the time where Skittles became widely available and everyone was excited. Yo! That does sound exciting. You can only get the obscure USA candy in the foreign section dedicated USA stores. Popular ones like Snickers, Kit Kat, etc. will be in any grocery store. Oh. Kit Kat's weird. It's very common to find chunky Kit Kats, but not the normal. I don't even know what a chunky Kit Kat is. You mean like the king size? Like the extra big ones? Is that what you mean by chunky? Or is like the texture chunky? I've only had like normal Kit Kats. I guess like flavored ones. I guess there's Japanese Kit Kats too. One time my friend got me like Sakura Kit Kats. And that was kind of nice. American jelly beans are more flavorful than British jelly beans. Oh. There's probably more sugar and chemicals. I do really like jelly beans though. I don't know if you guys have all the like funky jelly beans, but we have Starburst jelly beans here that I think are so good. They're so good. They're so much more fruity. I freaking love chunky Kit Kat. What? Kit Kat Chunky is like a single stick of Kit Kat made giga size with more wafer. Not like those breakable ones, it's a one big bar. I genuinely don't know if we have that. Or if we do, like I've never seen it just like where you see normal Kit Kats, like in a convenience store. Like maybe they have them like deep in the candy aisle, but that sounds that sounds so crazy to me. Like a Toblerone? I don't remember how you say it. But the chocolate bar that's like triangles. That's what that reminds me of. It's a big thing. Huh. Sounds kind of awesome. Trying to think of foreign candy that I like. I think sometimes it's hard to tell if candy is foreign or if it's just like really niche. Unless it's named something really foreign. There's a brand of chocolate that I do not think is US chocolate. I don't know if it's European or what, but it's got like a little ship. Like, and it's like a big bar of chocolate and it's got like the back of the chocolate is like a biscuit and they've got like little ships on them. I don't remember what they're called. But that stuff is really good. And I'm really curious about this Butterfinger. only seen it in movies and I have absolutely no idea what that is. Oh, I think Butterfinger is peanut butter. I've never had a Butterfinger. Like I've seen them all the time. Like I have plenty access to Butterfinger, but I just really don't like peanut butter. So I never tried it. We have a super dense chocolate bar called Yorkie. When it first released, its slogan was, "It's not for girls." I can tell you the rage bait was successful because the chocolate was made by girls without any principle. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. Huh. Super dense. Is it like bitter? Like a dark chocolate, or is it just or is it just like a rock? You have to really bite into it. Huh. Yeah, I've never seen a Yorkie before. We have York peppermint patties, which are like, it's like a dark chocolate circle with like mint cream on the inside, I think. Maybe. I think that's what it is. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of mint chocolate, so I don't have that. I don't have that one on lock. It's like a chocolate bar with segments, and the segments are each super big. You're eating mini bricks of chocolate. That sounds so awesome. I think that rage bait would also work on me. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'd be like, yo, what do you mean? Give me that chocolate bar. And like eat it angrily. Wow, look at all these cool plants here. Oh, this is cute. I guess this slime girl is really into plants and biology stuff. I don't know what Molly was into. I guess puzzles. Basil. Basil? That's the name of this plant here. This is a basil plant? I think basil leaves are a bit different, but I'm not one to argue. Aww, it's so cute. Kinda reminds me of something. But I can't remember what. Oh, they're forgetting about their friend. Plants used for research. Pages of research written in a language you cannot read. Oh my god, look at this nerd emoji. I say that Medusa's experiment has a 14 times 7 plus 44 divided by 11 minus 2% chance of success. Somebody do the math. It reminds me of this dark chocolate bar we have here that tried to have like a grown-up and fancy image. So the commercials used to be of kids eating it and making a grossed out face with the slogan, "You'll get it when you're older." And it worked. That shit used to piss me right off as a kid. I can't think of any commercials that were rage bait-y. I do think that would work on me though. I don't know. I do remember being a kid and being like, I don't like dark chocolate. It's so bitter and gross. And I don't know what happens to you, but like it does grow on you when you're older. I really like dark chocolate now. It's so good. Take a quick peek at the media sharing channel. Oh my goodness. There's rage bait in there. Kind of awesome. Oh. That's a cute rabbit thing. A slime bunny. Shit. Get him, get him. Dark chocolate for your hot chalky milk. Ooh, I've never had dark chocolate. Chocolate milk. I've never even thought of that. I think I've seen like very fancy hot chocolate that was dark. I've never tried it, but like I've seen it in stores and stuff. Chalky milk though. Do they make white chocolate milk? Like white hot chocolate? Surely somebody's gotta. This is unexplored territory for me. They messed me up at the dentist. Shrimp, no! That's so sad. Shrimp only has one tooth now. Thank you for the lurk. Some of Yorkie's slogans were too crazy to share, I swear. Really? I'm trying to think of like the craziest commercial that I've seen, and I'm drawing a blank. None of them really stuck out to me. Or maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe I'm just forgetting. I had white chocolate milk. Was it good? Does it just look like normal milk? Kind of awesome. My family bought some, like the powder to make it. And I had it exactly once before they used it all, and I was very mad. No! I'm not a white chocolate enjoyer. But I just think that's a funny idea. just milk-colored milk. Mumbo jumbo. I assume I'm supposed to be breaking things. Oh. Honk honk. Oh. Oh, okay. There he goes. Goodbye. Ew. Like slime under the books. I'm gonna leave stream open while I nap. See ya. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. Retail shrimp. Oh yeah. Yeah, have a good nap. Thank you very, very much. Oh. I feel like if you have to take a nap after the dentist, that is not a good sign. Please hang in there, shrimp. Is that moment where you're like, oh yeah, gonna have some white hot chocolate. Rub sans seriously. Like open the box. Oh, I feel like that's extra insulting. Cause like the box is still in there. My family used to do that all the time. I wasn't the one doing that because I don't have that problem anymore. Now that I don't live with my family. But I don't know. They would just leave empty boxes in the pantry. All the time. All the time. And then it's always like a little gotcha moment. It's like, oh, yes. I would like an almonds biscotti right now. And then you open it and there's nothing. Like, man, how hard is it? How hard is it to just put the box in the trash can? Getting my hopes up. Oh, I didn't turn them into bread. That's okay. The problem is that my mom has this thing with pretty boxes. She always buys them and always keeps them around. Sometimes she doesn't even like the food inside. Whoa! Ooh, the packaging. The pretty packaging works on her. I don't know. I used to have a little bit of a problem with keeping wrappers and stuff that I thought were pretty. Excuse me. Like, I used to buy Pokemon cards, and then I'd like keep the wrappers. Because it's like, oh, there's a cute Pokemon on the wrapper. And then I just had this box that was like full of wrappers. Like literally just a box of trash. And eventually I was like, you know what? I really don't need this. Magpies know what's up. Yeah. Really, I'm trying to think of what else. But like I collect Miku figures. Like little Sakura Miku figures. And you know, those always come in a cute box. So I used to like keep those boxes around too. I don't know. But then it would like stress me out because it's like I don't know what to do with all this trash. But I think excuse me. I think a good compromise is instead of keeping like the whole box or the whole wrapper, what I do now is I'll just like cut out like a section that's pretty. Like, you know, if it's a Pokemon wrapper, I'll just like cut out the little Pokemon that I like. And I'll stick it in in a sketchbook. Like I'll just glue it down. I think it's called a junk journal. I have a junk journal. It's kind of nice. Better than keeping boxes around. Sparkly trash, yay! Yippee! In this area, click, click. Oh my goodness. You don't like the nice little... You don't like the nice little funky music? Watch your step. Some of the spilled liquids aren't meant to be touched by humans. Oh. Would have been nice to know earlier. Oh my god! You got dynamite! Thank goodness. I love dynamite inside a watermelon. It's a great idea, yeah! I saw it on TikTok and I was like, you know what? That is really that is really cute. Get rid of this. Oh wait. You have an AoE thing, maybe? Oh, not this one. You have an AoE. Yeah! There you go. Huh. Hold on, I got a cough. Huh. Girls keeping trash with cute characters. Boys keeping cool sticks. Handshake emoji. Tam, do you have cool sticks in your room? That's kind of awesome. I don't know. I understand keeping cool rocks. I don't think I've met anyone who kept sticks though. That's very puppy dog coded. My goodness. Didn't really need to zoom in on that bubble, but I guess that's chill. Just clean out an old bag I don't use anymore. And found just a jar. Nothing unique about it, just a rock, but I remember I liked it. Oh, that's so nice. If you have a yard, I feel like you could put it in your backyard. And you could sit there and keep your lawn company. My dad, being in his 50s, brought home from a caravan trip a stick of wizard staff proportions. Okay, well that's just like handy dandy. You know, that's useful. A good walking stick, you know? You never know. You never know when you need a big ol' stick. Well, I think that's valid. Yippee! I like to collect rocks sometimes, but if it's either gotta be like really pretty, like sparkly or shiny, or it has to be from like an event where I'm with my friends. Bonus points if it's both. I don't know. Like sometimes if I'll go camping with my friends or like to a concert with my friends, I'll try to get like a rock from the parking lot. And then it's my goal to like put it on a shelf and then like remember the memory. But you know, they're just rocks, so sometimes you just have a pile of rocks and you're like, well, I bet these sure were some good times, but I don't remember where any of them are from. You can tell Medusa's mad because she'll pace back and forth. She'll never yell at you, but still. Pretty scary. That does sound pretty scary. Oh, I didn't even notice that watermelon. Kinda blended in. A globe! According to my calculations, reading makes you smart. me reading AO3 fanfiction. Wow, yes! My greatest masterpiece. Uh-huh. What? 2 bunnies. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. It doesn't feel like I'm getting sick, but my throat's been like kinda silly for a good few days. I'm not sure what that's all about. Odd topic, but last week the theater I worked at had a screening of Epic the Musical. And a cosplayer called in to ask if they can bring in a 6'5" staff. My manager said no. What? Man. Your manager sucks. That sounds so awesome. I don't know, low-key, I feel like if that person didn't ask, it probably would have been fine. Right? Because, like, I don't know. You're working at a theater. Someone comes in with, like, a giant stick. I mean, it's not really hurting anyone. It's just a little weird. Are you gonna go tell them to go put the stick in their car? I don't know. I would have just not asked. I think I'm much more of an ask for forgiveness, not for permission kind of fella. might be one of my red flags. A screening of it. Or what? Wait, that's a good point because there's not like any one official video for it. Like there's lots of people who did lots of different animatics, right? I don't know. I just remember when I watched it, we watched like a specific playlist, but then we watched like other. I like watched other videos afterwards to see different interpretations. That sounds kind of awesome. Watching YouTube at the theater. Apex, you should ask your theater if you can have an event where you just scroll like Instagram reels. Like you just show Instagram reels on the big screen. That'd be so awesome. I would eat that up. The manager, whose wizard staff is lesser. No, you may not bring it. Ooh. Only got a 5'8" wizard staff. I did have to explain to a bunch of 50-year-old ladies what Epic is, so that was fun. I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to... Well, it might be a little hard if you go into super detailed. But if you're like, oh yeah, it's just somebody's musical adaptation of the Odyssey. You know, that's pretty regular, maybe, perhaps. I already talked to this guy. I guess I was already down there too. A peculiar face is indented into the wall. You're not sure what it means. There's so many faces in the walls. I don't really know why that is. Okay, I guess I've done everything in this area. I wonder if I have enough Humphreys. Oh my god! Come with me, little buddy. Unfortunately, most of the people who come here are over 60! So I don't think Instagram Reels is the move. No, but that's how you get the younger audience, you know? You gotta appeal to the youth. Show them Minecraft block yaoi. I never really associated like theater with older people. I wouldn't have guessed that. Is it a movie theater or is it like a theater where people perform plays and stuff? Honestly, they're trying to appeal to the youth. My manager has been asking me advice on that. I feel like the Gen Z guru. That's so awesome. I'm telling you, Instagram Reels. That'll work on someone. I know that would work on me. My goodness. If I die during this stream, please let my cats know that I love them. The battle backgrounds are always kind of scary. Why does it look like we're in a cursed teacher's lounge? Waiting for a Pokemon retelling of the Odyssey. Wow. Someone fixed their lawnmower. The Odyssey! Odysseus will make his way home to Togepi. Togepi. That would be so cool. I think you're onto something. I'm trying to think. Who would all the characters be? Who would Calypso be? Wow. Kel died from that. What the? Oh, poor Kel. It's that specific place. I do a lot of movie plus lecture and the like. I guess young people's attention span is a bit too fried for that. Honestly, I think that's kind of understandable. I don't know. I'm not saying I wouldn't see a lecture, but I would definitely have to be quite interested in the topic. I don't think I would be super enthused if I was just trying to watch a movie and then it's like, here's a little bonus class about it. Hey, give me that questionable gelatin. Yes! They're so cute. Some of the people who come here are more there for the lectures than for the movies? Oh. Huh. I guess it really depends on what the lecture is about, but that's kind of surprising. I love going to the movies. I wish it was a little bit cheaper. I get the feeling that you're not supposed to be caught under the photorealistic hot dogs, but I kind of like have to see what happens, right? Oh, okay. It just damages everyone a little bit. Awesome. Wow, Humphrey's eating good. He had like 8 cookies, a taco, a pizza. I don't know what that is. A full uncooked potato? Ugh, slaying. Wait, that one's fishing cute. Calypso would be cute, though. Because it's the lonely Pokemon. Be a ground type stuck on an island. Aww. Wait, that's so real. That's so real. Ugh, that's so sad. I feel so bad for Calypso. Yo! Sproutmo? Wait, maybe I can catch him on my boat. Come here. am Big Molio. In return for finding me, I bless you with great fortune. Oh my god. I'm feeling what? Blah. Feeling blah. Feeling blessed. Wowee. I kind of want to watch Epic again. That's a good one. That's a good one. I made a Spotify blend with one of my friends, and she has been listening to Epic, like just the songs. It's like sheesh. Forgot how lovely this one is. Oh, is it good for them to be upside down? Okay. Looking a little blue. Can make them all blue. Oh, I didn't mean to do. Oh, okay, green. Huh. It's game. Match 3 dice for a prize. Okay, maybe I do make them all blue then. I think I've seen it 11 times now. Oh my goodness. How many times have you watched it on your own? Like, was it all from watch-alongs? Or did you watch it by yourself like 8 times? We gotta convince Mick to watch it. Oh my god, a melon! Wait, do I get something for matching them other ways? Oh, that one's censored. The Omegle. One time a woman called me to say that she watched a beautiful movie about 2 families who are neighbors. She thought the lecture would be about families too. But it said it was about doors and movies. And she got so mad that Loki sounds interesting. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know. I feel like... surely you know what the lecture is gonna be about ahead of time. Like before you buy your ticket, right? Or is it like a grab bag, like surprise? Just get a random lecture. I don't know, I feel like that's kind of on her for not knowing what kind of thing she went to. But also, doors and movies, that does sound really interesting. I would watch that. I've never seen a lecture with a movie. But last year, I think it was earlier last year. I don't know if it was like the 10-year anniversary of Coraline. It was some sort of anniversary for the movie Coraline. And so they like re-showed it in theaters for like a limited time. And at the end of the movie, they played some like behind the scenes like about the making of Coraline, because it's a stop motion film. And they like showed the little Coraline doll, and they're like, oh, this is how we like made it do this, and we had to make these creative choices about this, and like her rain boots were really hard to make, like that kind of stuff. But I think that's the closest thing to a lecture I've ever seen with a movie. Interesting stuff though. Saints half and half. With great motivation for workouts when I didn't have my shed. Good way to do my good speakers. Yo! Wait, which song do you think gets you the most pumped? I think if I was listening to the song that's like, fight little wolf fight, I think that one. I think I could probably go sicko mode lifting weights to that one. I'm trying to think of other... I don't remember all the songs from Epic. But I like that song a whole lot, and I think it'd be good to work out too. 7 to 4, leaning towards watch-alongs. Okay, okay. Wow, that's a lot of watch-alongs. I think for a lot of the usual customers, it's like they're main because they're old, so that's just what they got to do. So sometimes they go without checking just because it's free, and then get angry and that they didn't like it. Wait, it's free? Somebody called to complain about a free lecture that nobody made them go to? That's ridiculous. I was thinking maybe they spent $10 on something without looking at the ticket. And then it's like womp womp, you wasted your money. But that's a bit crazy. Man, I love third-party spaces. I love going out with friends. I wish there was more free and cheap things to do. I guess there's some parks around me. I don't know. I love third-party spaces. Megan Thee Stallion! Hero, huh? We're talking about Epic the Musical. Oh my god. Could you imagine if Megan was featured in an Epic the Musical song? Is that what you work out to, Megan Thee Stallion? That's kind of awesome. I work out to... I have a Stray Kids playlist. That's, for the most part, pretty upbeat and high energy. So I usually listen to that. So if you're ever on Discord and you see that I've been listening to Stray Kids for like over 30 minutes, then I'm probably at the gym. You can pay for like a membership, then you get all the cool unique stuff for free. Problem is, a lot of these people aren't really fans of the cool unique stuff. Aww, that's sad. There's a theater near me that has some sort of program where you can like pay a monthly like subscription, and then you can see like as many movies as you want. And I think it's a really good deal, because I think a normal movie ticket, if you don't have any discounts, is like $11. And I think the monthly membership is like $30. So I think if you're seeing 3+ movies per month, that is a really, really good deal. But I just don't have a spare $30 a month these days. But one day I will. And one day I'm gonna go to the movies. Every single week, and it's gonna be so awesome. I'm a hot girl. I do hot shit. Spend his income in my outfit. Yeah! That's so real. That's so real. That's such good workout music. Liquid, save me again. No. No, I'm channeling Megan Thee Stallion energy for you, Pookie. Work is gonna be so okay. My workout album is Since I Met You by the Avalanches. Same album every time. I don't know why. I don't think I've heard that one. Is it upbeat? It sounds like kind of a yearning album. I feel like it's quite difficult to work out to like yearning, beautiful, like poetry type songs. I think the best deal is mine, because I see movies for free and they pay me. Evil. That does sound kind of awesome. That does sound kind of awesome. I feel like working at a movie theater. I don't know. Like, I've never worked at a movie theater, but I feel like it'd be really cool to just like watch a bunch of movies. I don't know. I'm trying to think though. You've probably seen some gross stuff though. I saw one really cursed Tumblr post that was like around when 50 Shades of Grey came out, and it was like this movie theater worker that was like, y'all, I had to clean the theater after the showing of 50 Shades of Grey, and there was so much I don't know what nice way to put it. Hey, thank you. There was a lot of like toys and stuff. And I don't think I could deal with that. I know that's probably like a rare case. That probably doesn't happen every time you go into work, but I don't know. I feel like people do some suspicious things at movie theaters, and I just really wouldn't want to clean it up. But you know, free movies is pretty awesome. Oh my goodness! Thank you for the hydrates and the stretches. Sheesh. Hi Kyrie. Hi Brandon. Double hydrated, double stretched. That sounds ugh. Clearly I work in customer service and not in the actual theater. Does every like employee of the movie theater get to see movies for free? Is that an employee benefit? Um, Gimbal all. Sheesh! Good job, good job! You're going crazy. You're going sicko mode. Oh. Little pixelated fella. Oh my god, he's so weird. Make him all pixelated, maybe. Oh. Bam, 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 bam. Over here where I live, cinema workers get like 50-cent tickets. I feel like 50 cents is so cheap that like why don't they just let them see it for free? That's so silly. Is he popular over there? Is he popular? 50 cents? Damn. Damn! Damn! You're taking years off my life, I'm afraid. You can't beat this hand, me. I'm going all in. I'm calling your bluff. You can't fool me. I wonder what they're playing. I'm reading a book about air conditioning. It's very informative. Sounds a little boring. Can I say that? Huff, huff, huff. A lot of hard work goes into keeping my physique. Oh man. I shouldn't have showered before stream. I struggle so much with like my shower schedule and also trying to be like a fitness girly. Cause I showered this morning, but it's like I usually go to the gym at night. But then, what, am I just showering twice in one day? Is that weird? That feels excessive. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. However, I did see Pillion a month ago. Which is basically like 50 Shades like gay and also good. And nothing of the sort happened. But the entire theater did a collective gasp whenever Alexander Skarsgård showed up on screen. And that was really funny. Oh, I've never heard of that one. I'm very glad nothing of the sort happened. I saw Baby Girl in theaters. And I don't think anyone gasped. I don't think anything weird was going on. But I do remember I'm really good friends with the girl who invited me to see it now. But like at the time when she invited me to go see it with her, neither of us knew how sussy it was. And we also weren't super close. And it's not like the most graphic movie, but there's like a lot of like crazy stuff happening. And I don't know, so, there's something about just like sitting next to your friend who you're like only medium close with while like this girl is on screen with like fingers in her mouth and she's like moaning. It's like, wow, this is this is a weird shared experience to have right now. I think it made us closer, so pretty poggers. Talk as much as you want, because the next area would need your full attention. Oh my goodness. Are you giving me permission to talk on my own stream? I'm gonna beat you up, Boza. If you're gonna shower more than once a day, you pretty much just want the other one to be a rinse so you don't dry your skin out. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think the times that I have showered more than once in a day, I'll just put my hair up in like a claw clip and just like wash my body and not even get my hair wet at all. But I don't know. I feel like the steam still like makes my hair kind of like frizzy and weird. I don't know. I probably should put like dry shampoo on and then shower, like done a full shower after the gym. But I don't know, sometimes you wake up and it's like, man, I cannot be my best self until I'm showered, you know? I'm trying to relax, but I can't stop thinking about this really interesting book I read about air conditioning the other day. I want to know what they're referring to. Curious. You know what I'm just crazy about? Air conditioning. Ain't it the greatest? Do you guys all have air conditioning? I know some countries don't have air conditioning. It's kind of crazy to me. Like I've never lived anywhere that didn't have it. What a nice looking pool. Oh. Going for a swim. Oh! We are gathered here today in loving memory of Snaily. We don't know too much about him, but I think he was our friend. Wow, I guess he's just in the GoPro today. Alrighty then. Oh. Can't go down the waterfall. Is this... I think I came from this way. Is that real? Yeah, that is real. Air conditioning is too expensive for the UK. Oh. Too expensive. But isn't it on like the individual people's houses? Or how much it is? I guess if all the houses and stuff are a bit older, then like having to wire everything would be rough. I guess in the United States the houses are just like not built to last a long time. Oh wait, there's a U over there. Wait. Out for a swim? Me too. Oh, that's cute. Okay, wait, I need to go back there. I don't remember which way I took. I need to go the way that takes me to you. Hellion is better than 50 Shades because I understood that it should be a comedy. Like, it's so funny and awkward instead of trying to be overly sexy, and that makes it work. Really good movie, TBH. Ooh. I never saw 50 Shades of Grey. I've seen clips of it and stuff. But I have never seen it. It does seem like, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of hard to take movies seriously when, like, they're wanting to be taken really seriously, you know? Something a little bit funny about that. This way. Okay, the other way has a watermelon. Wow, so many little swimmers. It's gonna take a while. Oh. Yippee! Huff, huff, huff. I would really appreciate it if you guys could wrap this up pretty soon. No rush. I just think I'm getting her kind of sick. Oh, poor hero. Oh, an appendix. Is it a toy? Surely. Oh, a globe. The Earth but smaller. A little hard to triple. Hey, it was 1,000. But the speed goes down. I assume hit is just your... like the chance of you not missing? So you like... guarantee hit every time? I think speed is better for Kel though. At least I like it for him. Cool noodle. Oops. Nobody... is it a charm? It does nothing! Oh. I thought it meant appendix like in a book. Okay. Even super happy Kel won't miss? I don't even remember what the benefit to being happy is. Does your attack go up if you're happy? I thought attack went up if you were angry. No, maybe I need to... maybe I need to review the emotions chart. I don't know, Kel's got the attack where it does damage based off his speed. I kind of like that one. I don't remember if I went left or down. Okay. Okay. Did all of them. Was that a good one? I don't think it was. Oh no! Oh no! Little man is getting hanged. He an N? An S and a C. A W. And a T. Large bubbly tank. Then the live show. And the gut of a whale? Okay. The W should be here somewhere. Out for a swim? Me too. Alright, we got all the Humphreys. What do we do with them? Do you remember what the benefit of being happy is? It's a crazy sentence out of context. Yeah. Yeah. Just a peek into my dark, twisted mind. I can never be happy. Not in a way that matters. All my friends left me behind to go build a bridge. I'm gonna show them up by building an even bigger bridge. If you see any Humphreys floating about, be sure to send them my way. Oh. Alright guys, go build. Humphrey, could you please help us make a bridge? A bridge, you say? Wait. I'm already there. That's just autism core? Really? Is it hard to be happy with autism? Or like, do you not recognize your emotions? I've never really heard of that before. I feel like this sentence will show up in a crazy good fanfic and you'll be like, damn, I have nobody to talk about this good writing with because it's fanfic. Oh my god. Yeah, that's kind of real. I don't know. Sometimes you just read an absolute bar, like an absolute banger sentence. And it's like, you just have to write it down in your notes app because there's... like, there's not any, like, good situation to, like, share it. But it just says you really feel it in your soul. Hold on, I think I did that recently. My notes app is crazy, just full of garbage. Hold on, let me see what the... Oh! I think this was a Instagram post? I don't even remember what the context was. It was like this big paragraph, and then it said, if there's love in your heart, I will find it. And I was like, shit! That hits. That really hits. I have to write that down. So I wrote that down. And then I put a picture of the sunset next to it. Real edgy of me, huh? You want to use me as a stepping stone to further your ambiguous agenda? Sounds like a plan. Ugh, need more people like that in my life. Who wants to be a stepping stone for my ambiguous agenda? Please raise your hands. Is it bridge o'clock already? Time really flies, huh? Humphrey is so cute. Finally, my time has come. Humphrey Bridges. Sheesh. Phoebe Bridgers mentioned? We like autistic people can have an issue with emotional memory traveling from short-term to long-term memory, so you can feel things strongly in the moment, but past experience lose emotional resonance? Really? So if you like think about a really good memory that you have from a few years ago, is it like harder for you to remember what it felt like? I guess that's kind of hard for me to understand because for me at least, I feel like it's not necessarily that I'm like remembering what my emotions were. It's that like the memory will bring up the same emotions. Like if someone did something really, really sweet for me, then like in the moment, I'm obviously really happy. And then like a few years later, I'll think about it. And maybe I don't remember it making me happy. But remembering it's like, oh, they did that for me, then it's like, it just makes me happy all over again. You know? Or like the same thing with like sad stuff. So I guess that's hard. I guess that's hard for me. Spoiler, the slime's already inside you. Yo! Hi, Cross. Oh. Well, okay. The slime is already inside you. What flavor was it? What flavor was it? What did it taste like? Please describe in great detail. You know the answer I'm about to say, right? I hope so. I hope everybody says yes. I hope everybody wants me to use them as a little stepping stool for my ambiguous... I don't even remember what he said. Ambiguous agenda. I don't even know what my agenda is. That's how ambiguous it is. God, it makes things like hobbies hard to get back because you don't remember what the fun felt like. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Then how... If you don't remember what makes you happy, or even like what makes you like upset, then wouldn't it be quite difficult to like choose what to be doing? Sorry, I'm trying I'm trying so hard to think of how you would manage that. Huh. I didn't eat it. It grew in there. Inside that face. Oh, so you ate some like slime seeds and then they grew. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Elevators are better than bridges, but I suppose I'll play along for now. Humphrey elevators. Well, alright. I feel like elevators and bridges don't even have the same function. These are not even comparable. A wise whale once said, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Are we bridged up? Wait, this noise is so nice. Bow, 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 bow. I wish I could do this with my mouth. Not the slime seed. Yeah. Like, you ever have chia seeds in your yogurt? It was like that, but they were green and they grew slimes. I'm autistic and I've never heard of this specifically. It would explain a lot. Oh. I've never been made aware of this before. I never heard of it before. Something I've been talking about with other artists lately. We're sort of figuring this part of it out together. Yo! That's so awesome. I think being able to understand yourself is super important. All this slime is starting to become a real hazard. We should really start thinking about hiring one of those cleaning Humphrey from the Molly sector. Medusa and her sisters have been researching the world for centuries. These books are the fruits of their labor. Wow, that's a lot of books. Why do they live inside a whale? No matter how many times I do this experiment, it never turns out how it's supposed to. Guess it's time to refer back to the manual. Oh, that's sad. Sigh. Listen to them having fun up there. Those part-timers got it easy. No. Poor Humphrey. Confetti! Let's go. Z. Does anybody know why Z's are like shorthand for sleeping? Does anybody say Z like while they're asleep? Where did that come from? My, it smells absolutely horrendous in here. How much longer is this going to take? My nose is quite sensitive, you know. You will get used to the smell. Now hush, doll. I'm working. Wait, Medusa's really cute. I think I like Molly's design slightly better because I like her little, like, swoopy things. But look, she's got like a little plant on her head. And it is done. Finally. Hello, my perfect suitor. Wake up. Don't touch the glass, you buffoon. You'll ruin the experiment. Well, I never. Oh. Wait, it's Vinka. Oh. Wait, the glass cracked in like a heart shape. That's so cute. Wait, is it just her again? I thought she was making a suitor. What happened? Oh my god. This is how I was born. Where are her bows? My word. This experiment has turned out greater than even I had expected. Take a look, doll. The results are absolutely perfect. Behold, an absolutely perfect version of yourself. Aw, she's so cute! I don't like her. What did you say? Have I heard you correctly? But she's everything that you asked for and more. Oh, you simpleton. There's nothing more perfect than me. But I see that you do not understand that. You are nothing more than a hack. This was a humongous waste of my time. I'm storming off. Oh, I've had enough of your nonsense. Client or not, you've really struck my last nerve. Who taught you to run your mouth like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, this is a waste of my precious energy. I'll have much more important matters to attend to. Don't you dare walk off first. I'm the one who's supposed to storm off. Wait. The poor clone's just sitting there. I remember you talked about hedonism. Hedon? I forgot. Hedonism one time? In the sense of enjoying the moment. I connect with that a lot. Because the moment is the most fulfilling time for me because of that. Ah! That makes sense. That makes sense to me. I can understand that. I think I can remember, like, my feelings from past experiences. Like, that's not something I struggle with, but I definitely do think the present is the easiest. One thing I struggle with, and I know this sounds stupid, is that while I know I like games, when looking at my Steam library, I often find myself not feeling like playing games despite knowing I enjoyed it. Sometimes wasting multiple hours figuring out what I want to do. This could explain that. Oh. So it's not like a sense of indecisiveness, it's like... It's just like hard for you to remember having a good time, even though like you logically know in your head that you like those things. I think that does make sense. Again, that's not something that like I personally experience, but I can definitely understand that. I go back to a game I took a break from. I have to start over so I can rebuild the experience from the ground up. Oh. Is that because you don't remember like the good feelings? Or is that the result of something else? I don't know, Tim, I know you said before that like sometimes you'll be watching a show or playing a game and you'll sink like you'll sink like multiple hours into something before like you decide that you don't like that. You don't like it? Is it... Do you think that's why? Because you like... It's more difficult for you to remember. So you just keep like... you have to keep like living in the present before you know if you like it or not? I don't know if I articulated that very nicely. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Oh my god, I did not mean to smack him. Maybe we don't be Aubrey. I guess, like, I know I enjoyed the game, but when thinking about playing it, I just feel nothing at the idea of playing it. I'll get that too, but I think for me, it's not... it's less of... It's less of like having an understanding that I liked the thing, and more of like sometimes even the things that I really like and I know I really like, they just like sometimes I'm in a funky mood, and like even the things that I really love, it's like hard for me to get excited about or like feel excited about. I don't know. But for me, I don't think that's autism. I think that's just like... I think that's just like being kinda moody. This is why I compliment your emotional intelligence. You're understanding this super well. Oh my god. You don't have to glaze me that hard. I just want to understand you better. Shucks. Yo. Who up shucking the corn right now? Hi Sora, good morning. Good morning. I don't play the game? Girl? I'm sorry, Osa. But what if I have to say yap or else it'll explode? Kraka! Strange growth. Kraka! Will regenerate after being smashed. Oh, wait. Seems normal. An ordinary houseplant. Nothing special about it. Oh, okay. This is like Code Red Mountain Dew. I don't know why all the other areas are green and then this one's funky. Yo! Why are they caged? Let me at them. Quick-ha! Intelligent growth. Quick-ha! Ah! Will conveniently transform into a bird after being smashed. Yippee! Oh. That's so convenient. Wowee. Feel bad for those little guys. That's so nice. I wonder how they made this sound. You ever think about that? You ever hear little sound effects and you're like, man, imagine being the guy who made that sound. I don't know. I think that'd be a really fun job. Remnants of an old office. Welcome! Marina is not currently seeing anyone right now. But if you're enjoying the exhibit, feel free to crawl into a cage and wait for the next available experiment. You will know when the screaming stops. Yo! Get me in there. A book in a language you cannot read. Telephone calls up the wazoo. Get me in there. Woolly artist looks like they have a lot of fun. I feel like it'd be really fun if you like have a vision of like the sounds you want to make and like you know how to do that. But I think if you're just trying to come up with something out of thin air and it's like something you've never done before, I feel like that would be kind of stressful. You just have to like sit in your room with all your little objects, wiggling them around until it sounds right. The bridge sound, I think, was sheet plastic being flopped about. Really? It's so thunky, though. Like thuddy, like... I don't know how to describe it. Like, you might be right, but I feel like they... Like, it sounds like maybe it was being flopped about under a blanket. It's so dull. Oh, that's so nice. What a good sound. Ew. A table covered in goo. A box filled with goo. I'm Marina's first experiment. She made me out of sand and fruit when she was just a baby. What would you like to do? Oh. Are you guys more of poke or more of pet? I think I'm more of pet. Ew. Shut the cartwheel. Yo! I also do cartwheels when I'm pet. Carrot! Hi! Congratulations on getting not first. An ordinary houseplant. Its leaves are hard and brittle. Okay. How do I get to that melon? I am Marina's second experiment. She made me out of clay and rocks when she was just a baby. Who's given their baby clay? Pets. Petting is cool. But I like handshakes better. It's kind of cruel of them to not give a handshake option if that's what he likes. Oh. I get the feeling Marina is like... scary concerning. Hi. This guy's taking a lot of damage. That's good. Ouch! guess just go crazy sicko mode on this guy. Care package. Thank you, Garrett. That's so sweet of you. Yippee! Oh yeah, level 30. Okay, maybe eat some bread. Yippee! Oh, sorry, I did not stretch. Remnants of an old office. Oh, a happy watermelon. Go, 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 go. Wow, lovely. Kel dunks on all the foes with style. Expected nothing less. 6,000 EXP, 400 clams, and watermelon juice. Oh, Kel learned Tickle. That's unfortunate. What does that do? Oh, that's not the right thing. All attacks on a foe will hit right in the heart for the turn. That does seem good. That's better than Ricochet. I don't really love that it's called Tickle. I get a lot of like jujitsu memes. I think because I keep liking them, so I keep getting recommended them. I don't know. I think I saw one that was like, you just start tickling your opponent. I think that's kind of awesome. A microscope. Books filled with knowledge in a language you cannot read. I wonder what language these slime girls are talking in. Oh. Feel my rat. I like his 4 hair follicles. Go, 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 go. Gucci Kaisen. Oh wow. Yeah, I think that's the official name for it. I don't know. My instructor, I guess I'm supposed to call him sensei, but he's like a white guy and he doesn't ask to be called sensei, so it feels kind of weird to call him that. I don't know what else I would call him though. I just call him by his first name. But anyway, he's a goofy guy. And he'll just be like, yeah, if you're in a tournament, you can just bite him. And as long as you don't get caught, it's legal. He always says that. He's like, anything's legal. Anything's legal in the tournaments as long as you don't get caught. And I think that's kind of awesome. Yeah. Oh my god. The Gigantify is so funny. What a good use of 30 bits. Thank you. My goodness. These guys are kind of leveling up like crazy. I might low-key be the best gamer of all time. Okay, you eat nachos. And some bread. Yippee! Tools for research. How did I get down there to those melons? I am Marina's third experiment. She made me out of a rubber glove when she was just a toddler. Pets. Oh Oh my god. Who did that? Show yourselves. Oh. Okay, how do you think they made this noise? It sounds like there's a little bell in a bowl and someone's just like whacking it. It's so nice. I think this is a brain in the jar. I think if you put my brain in a jar, it would also make this sound. The gifts of God's bless me well sometimes. And for that we are all thankful. A dubious concoction, probably best left untouched. Okay. Oh, I ate bread and stuff, and there's gelatin right here. Womp womp. Ba, 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 ba. Yippee. That sounds like metal pipes, but maybe with a crystal bowl to make the sound vibrate. A crystal bowl? Like a bowl made out of crystal? Is that a real thing? The gifts of gods do not bless me well. Why do you have the same one? Oh, you're not feeling blessed by that one? I think it's kind of awesome. I don't know who that is, but I think that's a good emotion to convey. Maybe, perhaps. Meet a Foss? Man, I can't even tell what's going on. Is it a cat beating up a pillow? So mean. I'm sorry you're so jealous of me. You just like have to take it out somehow. Pretty sure it's Kenan Thompson. I don't know who Kenan Thompson is. He looks like a lovely fella. Do you want to have a picnic with your friends? Yes. You, are these emotes all from the same person? They're so, they're so good and cohesive. You get those out of my chat. Thanks for that. Sorry, I'm not reading. Achoo! All the furniture looks really dusty. It's probably been like this for a while. Dust inside a whale? Looks like it used to be an office or something. Wasn't this supposed to be a lair full of sea witches? None of this stuff looks witchy at all. I mean, we are basing this off Sweetheart sources. I don't know if I would trust Sweetheart. Much less her sources. Sheesh! I would trust her. The same person with the stitch emotes, by the way. Oh. I assumed... No way! I assumed it was, like... the account was only Stitch emotes. I wonder... what made them decide... to also have... a little goblin dance... and a confused black man. I wonder what goes through your head as you go to upload those. Crazy for spanking goblin hams. Thank you so much for saying that in my chat. That's so awesome. Did you maybe perhaps get enough sleep? Maybe we need to tuck you back in. We gotta stop Sweetheart. She's definitely up to no good. Man, I kinda love Sweetheart. We do? I mean, we can always mind our own business. That's so real. Oh, is that what we're doing now? Protecting the world from evil? How fun! What does protecting the world from evil have to do with Sweetheart? Man, none of these people are locked in on Basil. Basil's probably like passed out in a coma, and we're doing whatever. Ah, Waldo, that one's really cute. I do quite like screen-looking emotes. I think they're cutesy. Only being able to gigantify one emote at a time is so limiting. Are you saying you want like 2 emotes next to each other really big? What's your vision? What's your vision with that one? Have you met her? She is evil. Fair point. Well, I guess someone's gotta do it. I don't think Sweetheart's evil. I think she's just chaotic. Thinks I made it? Wait, you made that? That's so cute! Good job, good job. Wanna put tail wag on giant emotes? Sora, I don't think I like that one. Thanks though. Thanks so much for sharing though. Wait, I want this melon. How do I get rid of trees? Can I smash them? You don't like much I have to offer? That's kinda real. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know how to get down there. Where's my little boat at? Here. Well? Oh, I guess you gotta go from the other side. How do I leave this area, though? Why cuddle in the freaky gobbo? I don't know. Maybe he smells nice. Maybe he smells like apple cinnamon. Have you considered that? Okay, I think I need this thing to be a bridge, but I don't know how to... do that. Does that Green Star guy have 2 Fridays? Green Star guy. This? This guy? I don't think he does. Pet him though. Sam, is that multiple tails? I guess it does say Tails L. It kind of looks like little tentacles doing like a come here motion. Petting is cool. But I like handshakes better. I didn't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I just not a Green Star guy go left. He's green and he's got 5 points. Oh, okay. That's lovely. Poke him. Hehe. That tickles you. Okay, I kind of regret that. I feel like there's supposed to be more to do here. But I don't really see a way to progress. Maybe we have to go back to go forward. Lightning McQueen style. Am I supposed to crawl in a cage? Don't poke me. That's fine, I guess. I think I'd rather be petted. Wait, damn, that's so cute! It's so small on my screen. I can't really tell what's going on, but I think it's little cats in a choo-choo train. Quite possibly the best thing I've ever seen. Yo! Get the rat out of here. I don't know where you're supposed to be going. You can poke it if you want, but donk. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for offering. Wait, is Jackie still here? Jackie was here earlier. He's talking about cereal. I think he's working. Oh wow. I know it's like a fella in a pickle, but what manner of creature is the fella? You got like a little tail and a forehead gem? Perhaps? It's cute. Feel my rats. Pinnacle. Oh, okay. Yeah, that really clears things up, thank you. It's Tis Nautilus when a goat's friends. Oh. What kind of creature are they? Man, I love when VTubers are like like little creative things. Like I know I'm just a fox. I'm fine with being just a fox, but I don't know. Like Wawa being a skeleton flower, sheesh. That's so creative. That's so fun. Oh wow. I don't think I've ever seen these people enraged before. You guys ever like... You know how on the Wii you make like the little characters, the little Miis? I think there's one that has eyelashes at the bottom like that. Kind of unfortunate. Maybe make her happy. Wait about Kel. I don't know what being enraged does, but like hopefully he's chill. I like the rat. Those eyes, like the circles with the 3 bottom eyelashes. That's the eyes you chose for yourself. Sorry, I'm not like judging. Well, maybe I am. I really did not vibe with those. I'm trying to think. I can picture in my head the eyes that I always used to choose, but I don't know how to describe them. They're just like kind of regular with big eyelashes. I love big eyelashes. According to their profile, they're a xenomorphic leviathan. Shit! Oh, that's so creative. I'm not even 100% sure what that means. But that's so creative. Can somebody download an MP3 of like bells for me? And just play it occasionally. That would genuinely be so awesome. Okay, eat gelatin. I'm low-key suck. I'm lost. I'm lost. I don't know how to progress from this point. I don't know. Does Kel need to like hit him with a ball? I don't know. Do I have to poke this guy? Poking is cool. I like high fives better. It's kind of real. I think I like high fives in medium amount. I used to be on a bowling league in high school. And you know, it's just like good manners to like high five someone every time they go up to bowl. And I thought that was nice. I liked high fiving people. And then if they get like a strike or a turkey or something, then you like double high five them. Sheesh. I eat that up. The whimsy is strong with this one. You haven't even seen Star Wars, so I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. Also, Tam, I can't really tell what that is. Is that like an alligator hugging someone's head? It's not a Star Wars reference? I was just saying that? Oh. It wasn't. Eyebrow emoji. If you say so. If you say so. Your home might get bigger. Thank you. You don't have to keep doing that. Oh, it's much more detailed than I thought. Oh my goodness. The kitty looks so... She's so sad. Oh, it's kind of awesome. What emotion is this supposed to be conveying? Like, if you post this, are you saying that you're the crocodile or the, like, sad kitty? Put your eyebrow down. I'm gonna poke it. Oh, can you brush it for me? I didn't brush my eyebrows this morning. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Monster the kitty, Foster's is the crocodile. Okay, wait, that's kind of awesome. This pleases the council. Oza, are you still here? Does anybody know? Oh. Wait, never mind. Maybe I'm doing things. Oh. I didn't know you could flump them around like that. Never mind, I'm smart. Breathing. Thank you. Thank you. I took a shower like right before stream. So I didn't have time to brush them because I was like low-key already late. Book's filled with knowledge. I hope it's... Never mind. I am Marina's fourth experiment. She made me out of dirty apples and she is just a child. Pet. What? Oh, sorry. I was stuck, but I'm unstuck. Don't worry. Don't worry, you can go back to whatever you were doing. Bzz. Ooh, yeah. Bzz. Right behind the stem. Wait, why is he buzzing? 2 hours you genuinely could have been done with this whole section, not even lying? It's not that I don't believe you, but, bleh. She likes taking her time and poking everyone. That's kind of real. Little sea plants. Okay. Okay, I guess we'll fight this guy. I wish it was mostly rabbits, though. I need to do my rabbit quest. Let's go, Aubrey! Cute. Fires a laser. Didn't know he had a laser. That's nice, I guess. Yippee! We're gonna have so many clams by the end of this. I am Marina's fifth experiment. She made me out of cardboard and candy when she was just a child. Burro means donkey in Spanish. So if you ever eat a burrito, I want you to know that that means little donkey. It feels good to be acknowledged. Mentioned. Why'd you spell it with 2 Ks? Broken computer. Zora after a league match. Yippee! You got whole chicken. Yippee! Oop! Oh my god! Sorry, I didn't mean that. I am Marina's 6th experiment. She made me out of balloons and magic when she was just a teenager. That was so lovely, actually. Wow, what a good one. Plans for a failed experiment. Does that mean he really liked it or he really didn't like it? Right? No, that's not what that was. That's just the sound a balloon makes. I'm Marina's 7th experiment. Though the numbers do get muddy at this point. She made me out of birds when she was just a teenager. Pets. Again. This contributes to my abounding happiness. Again. Okay, one more time. 35! Yeah! Thank you so much! Big number. Whack. This contributes to my abounding happiness. Waste. Waste. Okay, now what is this one? Stinky? Hold on, I gotta click on it. Oh. Wow, she's... The aura lines are so strong. Oh. Wait, do I have to whack... I have to whack this guy again? I miss the castle music, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know, this music is like almost nice, but not quite. Oh, Parsnip. I'm Marina's 8th experiment. Probably. She made me out of moss and bean sprouts when she was just a teenager. It's so cute! Oh, I got an achievement for petting all the creatures. It's so nice. Sorry, I quite like the noises in this game. Get him. Yippee! Claimed up. Cuber. Nuh-uh. A dubious concoction, probably best left untouched. That is a syringe and a knife. But okay. Oh. What a nice color. Okay. Hey look, it's a flower crown. What? Oh no. All the flowers are bruised up. Was basil genuine? I thought they were ridiculous for looking for basil in a whale, but maybe they're onto something. I would eat that color. What would it taste like? I think I would too. I think it would be sweet, but not too sweet. Maybe like cotton candy if they made such a thing as like diet cotton candy. Like not quite that sugary, but the same general flavor. That's my guess. Yo, you have so many headpads. That's so cute. That's so cute. The fourth one is... Oh, okay. I guess when you make it bigger, it makes more sense. It kind of doesn't look like a hand. Like it's very round. So it kind of looks like... You know how seals will like bounce a ball on their nose? It kind of looks like she's doing that. A little bit. It looks kind of familiar. I wonder who this belongs to. Do you think we should try to return it to them? This flower crown is in pretty bad condition. I don't think anyone would want something like that. Yeah, maybe you're right. Oh my god! Kel, what did you do that for? It's fine. You heard what Hiro said. No one would want something as bruised up as that. But it used to belong to someone. Kicking it off a cliff is just mean. Huh? Why? Flowers grow back anyway, don't they? Alright, calm down, you two. Kel, apologize to Aubrey. Fine. Sorry, Aubrey. Apology not accepted. Oh. Oh, I don't really want to touch you. You're kinda yucky. Mute every time I see a new emote, I have to stalk them? Oh. That's so real and relatable. I love clicking on people's emotes and then looking at their videos. Yeah. Ugh. Oh my god, look! I like when he's like that. Shit. I don't think I've seen anyone pull off like a happy little maniac face in real life. Only like in media. I don't know if that's something that you can do. Like as a real person. 73. These numbers are not that good. Yippee! Doing it right now? You just like looking at your computer monitor with a big stupid grin on your face? That's interesting. I think that suits you. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, sorry. Bleh. Well, this is a big area. Yo! That creature. It's the same as the keychain from the, like, grocery store. Oh my god! Ew. What? Krika! Marina 667th experiment. Krika! Caution. Do not poke the glass. I kinda like it. I don't really like the cracking noises. That one's not my favorite. But I like him running. Yummers. Oh. Is this a Yummers? Oh. It's kind of scary actually. Am I supposed to be hitting these? Does that help with anything? Oh man. I really could do without that. I think I could go my whole life without hearing that, and I would be pretty okay with that. I assume we just gotta get out of these. Oh. I don't know what that's for. I like this spot. Oh my god. It's lovely. Heartstring. Ah! Away. Do I keep the heartstring? Imagine it's them biting a pear. Biting a pear. Why is it so crunchy? Blender. Man, I don't love it. Hi, Dan! Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. How's work going? Okay. Wait, it's chill. Is it still chasing? I don't think it is. I think the music's just still playing. Its little hands remind me of those the sticky hands you get at arcades. Oh my god! The good frickin' little guy! Shit! This is so optimal. It's going! Oh. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I hope it gets better. I hope you get 1 billion tips. I don't care if you don't work in like a location that has tips. I hope you get tips anyway. But Amori's going good. I got stuck for a little bit, but we're back on track. And we're meeting cute slime girls, so pretty awesome. My duty has been fulfilled. Wow. If you don't catch them in your boat, do you just... Are you just cooked? That's so real? What? In what way is that real? Ugh, this place is disgusting. What exactly is it that you do here? That's not your business, lady. Just sit back and relax. Wait, this... it's kind of dark, but I think this one's pink. That's so nice. I feel nauseous. Oh. Ole. Oops. Well, that'll do, I guess. Alright, it's done. Here you go, lady. One perfect suitor coming right up. Looks like a tomato. My duty has been fulfilled. Flying away and swinging slowly. Oh. Uh-huh. Your duty's never fulfilled. Get back in here, soldier. The amount of times I had to refuse tips. Wait, why do you have to refuse them? Does your place of employment not let you accept tips? Look, where I used to work, they didn't let us accept tips either, but like... You know, what they don't know won't hurt you. I know, there's sometimes where I'd be like, oh no, sorry, like, you don't have to give me a tip. But if they're like, oh, please, I insist. I'm like, haha, okay. Yeah, okay, I'll take your $5. Oh, mana is halfway up there. You gotta float back down. You gotta still spin, though. Say hello to your new soulmate. Hello? Is this some kind of joke? What do you take me for? I am 10 times, no, 100 times more beautiful than this thing. You've disappointed me greatly. I'm storming off. Hey, what the heck? You can't just storm off, lady. Where's my money? Oh. Unluckers. Slimy keycard, let's go! Oh, I kind of like this one. I think I like the mech one more. I'm a mech enjoyer, but this tomato one's kind of funny. They don't let us, or we get the axe. They have undercover people trying to catch people in the act? No way they're paying people to be narcs. Yeah, thank you so much. Wow. 6-7 to you too, my friend. This is so awesome. Wait, hold on. 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 Are you holding? Are you holding? Please hold. Please hold. Um. Okay, look at this. Pretty cool, huh? But yeah, Zan, that's horrible. I'm so sorry. I feel like that's such a waste of money. Like, why would you hire people to do that? Man. Well, I would give you a tip. I'd give you a tip and I'd be really sneaky about it. But have a great rest of your day at work. My. What's with all the commotion? There must be some fun activities going on downstairs. Yo, I love fun activities. Biko. Duty has been fulfilled for Googling 6-7. Do you want to give your slimy keycard to Humphrey? Yeah. Ooh, a slimy keycard. Oh my god. Chomp. Yum yum. So, did you want to go downstairs now? Yeah, I don't see why not. Ew. Okay. I just know it smells crazy in here. Where's Mari? Okay. Eat the jello. You and your friends feel like new. Okay. We can save. A little bit ominous in here. Yo! Oh, they're really cute. I like this one the best. I like Molly's little hair tentacle thingies. Stop right there. You can't leave just yet, doll. We just want our payment, darling. Can't you see how upset Marina's getting? Where's my money, lady? Give me my money. Uh-oh. It's Sweetheart and those sea witches. There's no way we're getting caught in the middle of this. Let's make a run for it. Stop right where you are, children. I must correct you, as you are sorely mistaken. We are not witches, but followers of science. It's a comic? It's a common mistake, I'm afraid. Humans tend to fear what they cannot understand. You like the pink one? I like I like her because she looks angry. Besides, I think I know why people think we're witches. Hey, what are you looking at me for? That aside, we have a bigger problem on our hands. Sorry, I cannot read. That's right. Where do you think you're going? Sweetheart, darling. You owe us a big bag of clams. Real as hell! Bro. Okay. Okay, that's fine, I guess. As if you three peasants are worthy of payment. All I wanted was for you to make me a perfect match. But you've all managed to fail me in 3 different ways. If you are so insistent to get your worthless clams, let these children cover the charge. What? Girl! Where do you think you're going? Humphrey, stop her now! Oh my goodness. Comic mistake. Girl! I'm gonna blow you up. Only took you an hour extra. Hey! Sorry I'm hating. You were like literally 1 section away from the finale. Sigh. Listen, you know, sometimes we get distracted. Sometimes we yap a little bit. Is that such a crime? Yoo-hoo. Like the chocolate milk? You guys like the chocolate milk? I don't really like that stuff. Yoo-hoo. I'm here to report that Sweetheart has been disposed of. It's a good thing you asked. I was afraid that I wasn't going to be able to hold myself back any longer. Also, this may or may not surprise you, but Sweetheart had a total balance of 0 clams on her. Is she, like, dead? 0. Not a single one. I mean, you guys know those memes where it's like going out to dinner and then he asks you to pay and then it like cuts to them opening their wallet and there's like a little mouse in there. I think that's how Sweetheart would be, and I think that's awesome. Isn't that a whale voice? Step it up, champ. What? What? I don't know what a whale voice would be. You do a whale voice. I don't really know what you're wanting. Which is quite unfortunate, as I'm getting a bit hungry. That wench double-crossed us. I knew there was something fishy about her. Well, not necessarily. She did say these children would cover the charges. Oh yeah, huh? In that case, she's definitely paid her due. Which parts of them should we sell off first? Don't be such a brute, Marina. I'm sure she meant the kids would pay us, not that we should sell them. Alright, darlings. Now be good and hand over your big, big bag of clams. Huh? Yeah, about that. Just curious. How much does she owe you anyway? Well, let's see here. There's consultation fee, initial fee, setup fee, inspection fee, service fee, cost of materials, warranty fee, disposal fee, shipping and handling, gratuity, cancellation fee, damages, late payment fee. So that brings the total charge to about... I cannot read big numbers. Is this a billion? 1,000,000 clams. You gotta pay and there'd be a candy cane in your wallet. You do the silly face and make someone else pay. That's such bad slander. Although I did do that one time in high school. I did low-key go to Raising Cane's with my friends. Like, with no wallet whatsoever. I was just freeballing. And you know what? Somebody did pay for me. I'm not super proud of that, but, you know, that did happen. 1 million? Is this a million? Are there 6 zeros in a million? And then 7 in a billion? I don't know. Don't say it's bad slander and then tell me I'm right. Well, that was in high school. I wouldn't do that nowadays. We don't have that kind of money. Oh, man, if only I spent more time at the casino, maybe I would have that kind of money. You didn't change it all! Bro, that's not true. Nowadays, I'll be like, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, I can't go this time. You know? Oh? Oh. Well, that's just too bad. Humphrey! Seal the exits! Ew. And they'd say, just kidding, I'll pay. And he's not situation. Okay. Well, it's different if somebody offers to pay for you. I don't think there's anything wrong with if somebody's like, oh, I'll pay for you, and then you're like, okay, and then do a front flip. But I do think it's pretty bad to agree to go and nobody offered to pay for you, and then you just go anyway. Like, hope for the best. I don't really know what my game plan was if like nobody was able to pay for me. Like, I guess I just would have gone to jail. I don't know. I don't know, but I have very nice friends. I have very generous friends. We pay for each other's stuff. It's cool. It's chill. Tough luck, kids. You walked into the wrong whale. Someone's gotta pay for all of this. I would say desperate times call for desperate measures. Don't you agree, sisters? Ooh. This one is too pretty to sell, isn't he, Molly? Well, I like the quiet one. He would make a great pet. Weird. Don't you touch him. Let us go now. We didn't do anything wrong. Oh, feisty. I think you'd like this one, Marina. Foo foo foo. Heh. Well, I guess selling just one will do. Oh, poor girl. They're like, we're gonna keep everyone as pets, but we don't like we don't like this annoying kid. Wow, they got little spikies. Hey, let me go. If you kids can't pay us in clams, you can pay us with your arms and legs. Kel, no! He probably likes it? You think so? He seems distressed. Let go of me. Put me down. Put me down. Oh, wait. This is kind of cute. Ugh. What the heck? He bit me. Oh, settle down, Marina. Foo. It's just a little nibble. You'll pay for this, brat. Yo? What are you saying yo to? Nibbles. Like a little mouse on corn. Well now, it seems you've gotten Marina all worked up. Our little prey is biting back. Who wrote this section? Guys, looks like we're going to have to fight our way out of this place. Oh, it's a fight you want, is it? It's been a while since my last hunt. Wow, this is just like Twilight. Yes, it seems like our prey needs to be disciplined. Someone needs to teach you children some proper manners. For prey, you're all way too picky. You don't want to be sold. You don't want to be pets. You should all really learn your place. Well, whatever. That's fine with us. There's always another option. Foo-foo-foo. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of Foo-foo-foo. I really like her, but I wish she wouldn't laugh like that. You just happen to think of corn. Well, I don't know what. I feel like when you think of a mouse nibbling on something, I feel like corn comes to mind. Maybe a banana as well. Oh, so you want me to fight, do you? Good. That's not actually that's not the quote. Good enough though. Untug, yo, good morning, shrimp. Good morning, shrimp. How are you doing? How is your singular tooth? I hope it doesn't hurt. If you're going to keep resisting, you leave us with no other choice. I'm afraid we'll just have to turn you into chum instead. Sheesh, Friday mentioned. Wow, that's so cute! Such good design. Wow. Wow, look at this tummy cutout. That's so cute. She reminds me of someone, but I can't put my finger on it. Maybe like the thumbnail girl of Helltaker? I don't remember her name. But maybe she invokes that. There's such good designs. Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone who worked on this. I hope it falls out. Thank you for my Minecraft realm. Oh, things are getting tense. Oh, they're all one entity. Hi. We can reduce their defense and enchant them. I feel okay. I did not remember laughing gas being like that. Oh. I think I've done laughing gas when I was really little. But I could not tell you what it felt like. I hope you had a good time. Honka, honka, honka. Yo. Be respectful, please. We respect women in this household. I know that's really hard for you. But, you know, try your best. This, all of those stats. Okay. That's probably good. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Tickle is chill. Maybe. Oh my goodness. My nails are that slime girls. They feel uncomfortable. Yikes. Ugh. Ugh. Their outfits are so cute. They really are not taking a lot of damage though. I hope that's not a problem. My duty has been fulfilled. I understand that you're using the finger pointing as like arrows to show directions, but when I see the two fingertips touching, I think of like the little like ooh please? Ooh please? Like that gesture. So I'm imagining you do that and then you point up to the sky like a nerd who just had an idea. And then I don't really know what the green star is. Maybe that's symbolic of your idea. I don't know. Some girls pulls out a chainsaw. What? Why do they have that? We can almost do the really big attack. Worried about Aubrey. Ugh. Indeed. We're so close, we're so close. Oh, he took that like a champ. Sheesh. You kids are more resilient than expected. You know what that means. It's time to get serious. Oh, I'm having so much fun. Some girls became angrier? Oh, I liked when they were happy. It's fine, I guess. Rally. Loki. I don't know. Snack time is chill. Go, 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 go. Check this out. This is gonna be so awesome. I hope. Just stunting on him. Hey, Medusa. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yes, sister. I think it's about time we switch things up. Just relax, children. This won't hurt a bit. Slime girls did their thing. Health and juice were swapped. What? It's fine, I guess. Wow, they're so healthy. Okay, these their stats, I guess. Hi. You're doing great, thank you. I'm not worried. I think it'll just take a while. Chainsaw? Well, that did like nothing. To sharpen their chainsaw blades. Look, he's manic! Yeah! My favorite. Hack away. And... power hit is chill, maybe. Tickle, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty fine. I would like the jewel one because you're a freak, Bob. It's not because he's drooling. I mean, I guess that kind of is cool too. I don't know. I just feel like as an emotion, that's kind of awesome. I don't know. He looks quite insane. You kids are a lot tougher than you look. This is much more trouble than it's worth. Sigh. What a predicament. How will we feed Humphrey now? Wait, is the clams just to feed Humphrey? I could just give him clams. Which Manic was that cool IRL? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like Manic IRL is like I'm gonna go get a septum piercing and also my cheeks pierced. At least that's what my friend did. She's like, I'm feeling so manic. Do you want to come with me to get some piercings? And I was like, yeah. In hindsight, maybe I should have been like, yo, it's like a big thing. Maybe think about that. But I don't know. I thought it was cool. She looked awesome. Huff. Man, what's wrong with us? This fight should be a piece of cake. Forget hunting. I'm not cut out for this kind of nonsense anymore. I'm just going to stick to research from now on. Went into the passenger seat. Yo! Man, you make me sound so goofy. Kinda real, though. Well, dolls, it seems we are all past our prime. If only we were 200 years younger. You're so goofy, bro. Nuh-uh. Not to alarm you all, but I'm afraid my appetite is getting much, much, much bigger. Yeah, Humphrey, we got you. Molly, feed Humphrey some clams. I'm sure I fed him last time. Besides, I used up all my clams on software for the last job. I'm getting hungrier. Man, aren't clams like so small compared to this big ol' whale? This whale is cooked. Okay, fine then. How about you, Medusa? Well, I wasn't expecting to feed Humphrey again so soon. If memory serves me correctly, isn't it your turn to feed him, Marina? Oh wait, is it? I thought it was Molly's turn. I'm pretty sure it was Medusa's turn this time. Well, well, well. It seems you all have run into a bit of a pickle. If you can't feed me, I guess I'll just have to help myself. No! My furniture! This is so silly. I didn't speak because I would have blurted out, "We are all gooning to the slime girls," or something like that. I'm sure you guys would agree, but you know. Wow, thank you. Thank you for holding yourself back. They... I don't really know what to say to that. They are quite pretty. Don't blurb that out. What are we gonna do now? Humphrey's gonna digest everything. Perhaps we should plan an escape? They're restless right now? Ew! Thank you for that. You can keep that to yourself. We've already expended so much energy. Perhaps it's finally time for us to swim with the fishes. Why do they live in a whale? Oh my god. Yo-ho! Wait, is it yo-ho or yoo-hoo? Oh my god! Yikes. Seafood. Delicious. Oh, poor slime girls. Humphrey is out of control. How are we gonna get out of here? Keep calm, everyone. Let's look for an exit. Oh my god. This looks like... I didn't know I was Aubrey. Yo-ho. Yo-ho or yoo-hoo? That doesn't answer my question at all. Door is locked. Why are they locked? Excuse me. Do you think that hurts him? Surely it hurts a little bit. My friends, may I say you all look delicious right now. Humphrey, stop this. Haven't you eaten enough? We promise we'll feed you later. But you can feed me now. Just let me eat you. Time to feast. Wow. What a good song. Time to feast. Time for you to be deceased. Please don't eat us, Humphrey. We don't want to be eaten. Well, it's a little too late for that, isn't it? You should have thought of that before you walked into my mouth. Nyuk, nyuk. It's no good, guys. I don't know if there's a way out of here. Don't say that, hero. Yeah, we can't let it end like this. Nyuk, 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 nyuk. Nyuk, nyuk. Oh, there's no need to struggle, children. Then again, it is always more satisfying when you prepare your own food. Now, you all just sit still. The preparations have already been made. Dinner is being served. And you're on the menu. He's kinda got a point. They did just walk in there. They did. I don't really know why they did. I assumed it was a filter feeder type whale. I didn't think you'd eat humans. Womp womp. Wow, there's so many. So many of him. Go. The frowny face is cute. I'd walk into Humphrey. I love that guy. I guess so. I don't know. I guess if I had a really good reason to, but I don't think I would just for fun. It's gotta smell so crazy in there. What are these gumball goobers? Hi, Doc! I think this is like a manifestation of the whale whose mouth we're in. He's trying to eat us. Oh. He's kind of hurting us. Just a bit. But like, it's chill, it's chill. Man, I hope nobody dies. Do you think they'll survive to snack time? I'm not very trusting. Maybe we don't do that. This song is a little unsettling. Oh, we're so close, we're so close. Okay. Wow, they're so tinky too. Miss, that is so embarrassing. Okay, check this out. Surely this goes crazy. Gotta go now, see ya. Goodbye, shrimp. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. 1,000 damage. Humphrey appears everywhere. Okay. That was 1,000 damage? Maybe you're not supposed to be able to kill him. Maybe you just have to like wait it out or something. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Or maybe we can just keep reducing his defense? I don't know. The stir fry is never complete without them. Without shrimp? I never had shrimp stir fry. Wait, that's not true. I think my dad put shrimp in stir fry one time. But I low-key ate around it. Center. Funky music. The final fight has just begun. But can you win if we work as one? Oh my goodness. Ew! Weird. Weird little creature. Okay. Humphrey Grande. Wow, what an appropriate name for him. Look, he's manic, yeah. That's me when I see honeycombs. Surely. Hmm. Maybe if we make him happy, that will help. Oh, happy little guy. Happy big guy, I guess. Miss. 240 damage. I think this is fine. Crunch. Okay. Slime girls taste like green apple, obviously. You think so? Have you had green apple jello? Have I had green apple jello? What flavor is green jello normally? I think Aphex said lime, but I was thinking like green grape.
1. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy. 2. Whatever goes upon 4 legs or has wings is a friend. 3. No animal shall wear clothes. 4. No animal shall sleep in a bed. 5. No animal shall drink alcohol. 6. No animal shall kill any other animal. 7. All animals are equal.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Shout out to George Orwell. Thank you, Josie. What an entrance that was. I think slime girls taste like watermelon candy. You think so? You think so? I was talking about it earlier, and I think they taste like the green grape, like squeeze up jelly stuff. That is my guess. But maybe I don't know. I could also see them tasting like chemicals. I could see it going either way. Hi Waffle, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. How's my daughter Napoleon? She's ecstatic. She's really happy right now. I think she's doing good. She's full health. Okay, this guy is so defensive. Oh wow, you can't do nothing, huh? Milk. He'll send juice and increases your defense through the battle. No, I don't think I need that. I just need juice. Painful? Why do you drink it? Is pineapple juice painful? It's painful to me, but I didn't think it was painful to everyone. Slurp. Yatch. Okay, they're so close. They're so close to being able to release energy again. $181 damage. That's good. That's good. Good job, everyone. Okay, just attack him normal style, I think. I printed out the Constitution of Animal from today and gave it to my friend and left. Why? Now, I'm not judging you. I just want to know why you did that. What font? What font was it in? I think that's... I think that changes. I think the font changes the vibes. Fun. It was a cool font. Was it a cool font? It wasn't just Arial, like the default one. Just a warning. It's about to get smelly. It's time for you all to get in my belly. Ew. Ew. Ew! Ouch. Kel took no damage. Slay for Kel. Interesting. I don't really like being in his belly. Not my favorite. It's not my favorite. You're my favorite. Have you guys seen that? No, what do you take me for? Oh, sorry. Well, I just was wondering. It's okay if it's in a cutesy font, right? I think so. I think so. My favorite font of all time is called Merryweather, but I think that is a Google font. So it's not in like everything. Like sometimes I'll be making thumbnails in Canva and it's like, Merryweather is not here. They don't have that one. Very sad. The idea came later, but I wish I'd put a picture of Napoleon at the top. Can I be honest? I don't remember which animal Napoleon is. Like, is that the main pig? I don't think I remember any of the names of any of the animals. No! What do you mean, no? You guys are just supposed to know what I'm talking about at all times. Napoleon was the dictator? Okay. I assumed so. I assumed so, but I don't know for sure. What's the name of, like, the old horse that got, like, taken advantage of real bad? I think that was my favorite character. We make him happy. Boxer? Wait, really? I love that song. Boxer. You guys know that one? Wait, is he happy? He looks like he's outlined in red. I thought he's supposed to be happy from that. It doesn't matter how quick or how slow. The more you struggle, the deeper we'll go. What if he swallows everyone? It's not very nice. Oh my god, Kel. Okay, lovely. Guys? I think this is a cheese wheel situation. Maybe, perhaps. Can I take a static with me now? I wanna take her back home. Yeah, that's her name. Truly. I think you're onto something. Read her animal farm today? I was gonna say maybe she's a little too young for that, but I actually don't know how old these children are supposed to be. Please let the healing go before. Oh, thank goodness. She'll love it. Oh, okay. Well, as long as she'll love it. I feel like she would, maybe. Humphrey stares at Hero. Oh, I could not read that in time. Just relax. There's nothing to fear. Hey, Amori, is it getting stuffy in here? Ah, my goodness. Stop. I feel like there has to be something else that I am supposed to be doing. really sure what that would be. Miss, girl. Go, go. Crunch. Cooking meat is very fun. Should you be rare, medium, or well done? I don't think he's cooking shit. Yatcha. Am I supposed to do this forever? Like, he's not even at half yet. I've waited almost a decade for this moment. My Pokemon Sun arrived. My 3DS is charged. It's time. Yo! I don't remember what the starters are for Sun and Moon. I didn't play Sun and Moon. Is that the one with Rowlet? I don't know. You'll have to tell me what starter you picked, though. It's pointless to squirm. Give up, my friend. I'm afraid this cycle will never end. How many times can you swallow a fella? Rowlet, Litten, Poplio. Rowlet! I'm going for a Rowlet. Yeah. Yeah, I think if I played that game, I would also pick Rowlet. I don't know. I think Poplio is really cute too. So is Litten. They're all very cute. I don't really love what Litten evolves into, but you know, Litten as a baby is real cute. I like Incineroar, but don't F with Litten themselves, and I like Primarina on the popular line. Oh, we're opposite. We're opposite for the cat line. No, I think I like all the Poplios. Just a little clown guy. I don't know what name to give my Rowlet. I don't know. I think you should name I think you should name him after something that's a circle. That's my expert advice. So wait, can I run? I guess not. Basketball! That's such a good name! Wow, welcome to the world, Basketball. That's so cute. Ah, what a good one. What a good one. I gotta go through 5,000 dialogue boxes because my game crashed. It didn't crash. I accidentally pressed on the game cartridge so it came out and restarted the game. I know what you mean. That is quite sad. That is quite sad. I'm sorry that happened to you. Need to figure out a name scheme for this region. Galar was food. Paldea is the usernames of people I've met. Oh. I've never done a theme like that. I think I end up naming a lot of Pokemons after food just because I am really partial to food names, but I've never had like a theme that I needed to follow. That's cute though. There's no need to squirm. Ignorance is bliss. How many times must we do this? I feel like I'm missing something. Can I give food to Humphrey? Can I use this on him? I guess not. Okay. Can have ramen. Snack time forever and ever and ever. I might name this guy Kiwi. If it's gonna work, will I change it? Wait, Kiwi is a really cute name. You don't like basketball? Sigh. Snack time. Crunch. It doesn't matter how quick or how slow. The more you struggle, the deeper we'll go. Is it looping? Gah! He's sort of brown like the skin of a kiwi, and the green is like the actual yummy part. That makes sense to me. It does feel very kiwi coated. Release me, please. Humphrey stares at Hiro. His mouth is watering. Just relax. There's nothing to fear. Hayomori, is it getting stuffy in here? It is looping. It is looping, but I don't know how to fix. Do I have to let them get turned into toast? I have to let them get eaten? Oh wait, his health is quite low. Maybe we do just push through. This is the third time I've said hello to this damn professor. If I crash my game one more time, I will baby rage. Oh. Good luck, soldier. Good luck, soldier. You can do it. Aww. If I sent someone a heart emoji and then they sent a thumbs up, I do not think I would... I don't think I'd be, like, super happy about that. Good for Aubrey, though. Okay, we gotta be so close. We gotta be so close. Saving the game this time, I won't make the same mistake thrice. I believe in you. You can do it. I think he's gotta be dead or close to it this turn. Name the relic Bulbasaur. That would be... Oh my god, no damage. That would be so chaotic. If you named all your Pokemon after different Pokemon. I don't think I'd be able to handle that. Is it over? Ew. Huff. It's no use. How will we get out of here if Humphrey keeps swallowing us? And how many stomachs does he have? Amori, I'm scared. Why did we get ourselves into this mess? Don't worry, Aubrey. We'll get through this. We've gotten out of plenty of sticky situations before. Yeah, we can't give up now. There's just gotta be a way out of here. Ew. Ew! going somewhere? Nyuk nyuk. Bro! Ugh, that's so gross. You'll never defeat me, loser. Oh my goodness. Humphrey smirks our hero. That's weird. Oh. Was attacking the uvula all that needed to be done? I should have walked around a little more. There was fun little eyeballs. Ew. Ew. What is this? Mm-hmm. Why is it green? Unsettling. I don't know if I like this guy. Oh, he got lettuce though. Blah. Blurf. Well, that didn't go down smoothly at all. Suddenly, I feel so sleepy. I think I'll take a short nap. Oh, that sounds lovely. Our sweetheart and the slime girl is just like for real dead. That's so unlucky. That was a close one. Yeah, never underestimate a hungry stomach. Oh my god, that's me right now. What if I went and got some cake? That was really scary. But you know what? At least we got through it together. So what do you guys want to do now? I'm not sure. Were we looking for something? Wait, didn't Hero mention this before too? Why are they forgetting? That's so sad. Yeah, we were just following Sweetheart, but that situation seems to have resolved itself. So many games I wanted to play were locked behind the 3DS. The next 3 months of speedrunning Pokemon is gonna be a blast, yo! I hope you have so much fun. Good luck. No, I'm pretty sure there was something else. Aubrey, you're always worrying about nothing. Come on, you should learn to relax and just enjoy yourself sometimes. I guess that's true. I am a little tired of worrying so much. Aww. Pokemon Rangers. Sun and Moon? Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I don't know what Oros is. XY, the choices? Yo! That's so many. 3 keys left. 2 keys left. Let's look into these holes. Oh my god. Lovely. Interesting. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, the Gen 3 remakes? Oh. It's not as cute. I remember those. I forgot they were not cute. Oh. Back to swimming in some pink goop. Huh. I might go get some cake. Smirk emoji. And you can have the best time, the time of your life watching an ad. Doesn't that sound like so much fun? Hold on, let me um 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 hold on. Hold on, let me put your show on. I also want some pie and some sweet tea. I have both. Yo! Go get some, go get some. What kind of pie do you have? I have vanilla cake. Yippee! Ugh. Hold on. Okay, listen to this. Wow, isn't this so awesome? Is this quiet? It seems really quiet. Okay. Okay, go crazy. Ah, go stupid. Ah, get a snack. I'm gonna get a snack too. Shit! Banger alert. Hi, I got cake. I got cake. It's vanilla cake. I wish I had sprinkles, but you know, my life, my life is so hard. we gotta, we gotta deal with what we got. Wow, this song is so good. I don't wanna, I don't wanna get rid of it. Meow. you and me relaxing shit. That's so real. That's so real. I am relaxing, chilling. I got vanilla cake. Man, I like to wear rings on my middle finger, right? But I burnt the hell out of my finger on like my oven rack. So I have like a band-aid wrapped around it. And I usually I don't know. I don't know if this is like hyper niche, but I like to run my thumb like on my rings and like spin them And I keep like going to do that on my band-aid and it's not a ring. That wasn't important. I just wanted to share. That is just so awesome. Okay, girl. Okay. Okay. Great, now eat your cake. I am. Oh my god. I am eating my cake. And Scylla was sleeping in the other room. She didn't. I don't even know how she knows I have cake, but she spawned in to sit on my desk and beg for my cake. It's so messed up. I don't even think she loves me. I think she just wants me for my snacks. Wow, sorry. This song is really making the situation less serious. I'll turn off Spotify after this song is over. Real as hell. Yo. Real as hell, like you relate to that? Like you're using me for my snacks? I like share snacks with you guys. You don't give me snacks? Well then why is it real as hell? I'm not too much of a snacker. I have cake, and I have almonds, and I have yogurt, and I have a pear. Okay, I guess I do have a lot of snacks. I feel like I don't eat that many snacks, so I don't know. You only like me with a cookie in my pocket. What is that a quote from? I think that's kind of real. I like cookies. I'm back with pie and tea. I died in an accident and this is heaven? You died? Oh my god. We are gathered here today in loving memory of Carrot Chomp. He always made sure we were hydrated. Oh man. Jarchi has cake too? That I can't really speak to that one. Maybe perhaps. SpongeBob quote. SpongeBob quotes. I don't really remember that episode. I'm sorry. I think I watched SpongeBob a lot as a kid, but I don't really remember what was going on most of the time. My memory, my SpongeBob memory kind of sucks, but my Adventure Time memory is pretty darn good. I would give it like an 80%. Also, I don't know what little noises are being made in the background, but it's kind of freaking me out. But it's hard to be freaked out when you're eating vanilla cake. How did you know? Oh my goodness. Hope you guys are having a good time together. Is this when Gary left SpongeBob for Patrick? Like the Gary come home situation? I don't remember Patrick even being involved. What's the occasion? You just randomly have vanilla cake on standby? There's no occasion, I just have cake. It's good. It just kind of spawned in. But, it's just one slice, right? And I don't have, like, a good way of storing it. So I have to eat it today. Otherwise, it'll, like, dry out. You know? But I kind of don't want all of it. So low-key, I might put the rest back. Different episode. Oh. Man. Gary's been through a lot, huh? What's your guys' favorite SpongeBob character? I think I asked this before, and I don't remember what my answer was. I don't think I feel super strongly about any of them. Don't know. Can I have it? Yeah, you can have it. You can have it. I really want this. Is it chill if I... It's chill if I, like, put this in my fridge. So you're kind of blocking everything. Do you know that? Do you know that, my love? Okay, what if you just... Part 2, watch this. Check this out. Are you stimmed? Are you feeling stimulated right now? I'll be so right back. Because out of my backing. Okay. You can ask Spotify since you asked nicely. Do you want Taylor Swift? This is a blend I have with my friend. Um do you want this? I think this is pretty fitting for Baby Sensory. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Ah! Oh my god, I'm scrolling. Don't worry. I don't. I feel like wearing glasses of your friend is weird behavior. But like maybe Loki awesome. Scared right now. Why are you scared? I said let's do the cake, not play a song that makes you throw mine back. Oh, sorry. Interesting. Why are they dancing to the beat? I think this is the way Baby Sensory was meant to be, like, consumed. But since it's copyrighted, they had to put some weird royalty-free music. But I think this is the ideal situation. This is what you should be showing your baby, I think. Oh wait, maybe I should pause that so it's not eating my stuff. Hi! This is something that please when you show up to games without a wallet and give food anyway. Oh my god, that's kind of real. Listen, it's just how it be. How long will you go on for? Probably until 5 o'clock. Sometime around 5 o'clock if there's a good stopping point. Maybe like 5:30 if there's not a good stopping point. Into 7s. You have come again to seek the truth. Each time your adventures may be this desperate. Disparate. Does anyone know what this word is? Disparate. But as your journey nears its end, it will always lead you back here. The truth. The truth is always the same. Yeah, okay, sounds good to me. Oh, little grabby hands. Like different each time? Different each time? Come again? Ew! What is that emote? Ew! Get that out of here. Is that allowed on Twitch? Okay. It can't be compared to anything because it's so different? What can't? I low-key don't know what you're talking about. Okay, thank you for looking. Thank you for looking the screen. Adventures in this case? Adventures in this case? Different each time? What? That's what the word means? Oh! Oh. I thought you were just saying stuff. Adventures may be disparate. Disparate? Okay. That's a nice word. That seems good. The path to the truth was once here, but it has been removed. It was moved to a lighthouse and a pier. Then to a library banished deep underground. And after that, to an old barn on a distant planet. And this time, it will be in the heart of a vast forest. Uh-huh, those are places we've been. No matter how many times the path is concealed, the flower boy will always find it. Wait, hold on, I'm blocking the screen. Sorry. This is the path to the truth. Basil is finding the truth, and we're just trying our best. And your dear sister Mari, she will always guide you to it. Even as hollow shells, they will continue to evolve. Hollow shells? And each time they will grow wings. Is Basil dead too? That sucks bad. And fly too close to the sun. Oh, but we saw him in the real world, so maybe he's chilling. Don't know. It is their nature. They are the only ones who know. And one has carried it with her to her grave. I want to know. Let me in there. Death may be no danger here, but the memories of them do not fade so easily. Many times, your friends have met with an unfortunate fate. Although they are revived time and again, the most haunting stay in this world. Even if only their bones remain. The long-lost ones sink here, to the bottom of the deep well, and become nothing. You have forsaken them. They still yearn for your care. Their souls know nothing but how to scream for help. Do you take pity on them? I'm struggling to understand what it's trying to tell me. A lot of people died in the well? Why are there kids in the salsa river? Yo! Mind your business, Georgie. If the kids want to swim in salsa, who are you to judge? Your dear sister Mari with a bad knee. You could not bear for her to die again, so she was given the safety of a picnic blanket. Yet it is her nature to leave and to protect. And when she does, she will leave you again and be born anew, with the undying soul that you have cursed her with. Cursed her with? So her being the save point is cruel? The souls assigned to your friends, they are fragile and must be protected. And so they must remain asleep. Yet, the path to the truth is closer to your most precious room than ever before. Most precious room? Maybe the starting room with the big cat? Will you be able to bury it this time? Perhaps it is too late for you. don't sneeze, I'll laugh. I couldn't sneeze on command even if I wanted to. Trying to think. I haven't sneezed today. How often do you guys sneeze? I think I sneeze like once every 3 days. But Mick sneezes like multiple times per day. I guess that's just allergy diff. Every day, really? Yeah, I definitely do not sneeze every day. At least I don't notice. You know of the keys to the other realm. They are different each time, but they will unlock the same door. The end of this journey will lead to suffering. But if you do not face this, you cannot continue. This form, though it has not shown its true self, is evil. You will not see that unless you fight it. When your intentions become hazy, they will transpire into this world like a thick fog. You will know when it happens. It has already happened before. The friends are like blended into the water. At that time, return to where the truth was reborn, to the heart of the forest. And like each time before it, attempt to rewrite your fate. Will you be doomed to repeat? Will you be doomed to repeat this cycle over and over? Or will you break it? Explore this world while you can, dreamer. Until there is nothing left. Ominous. This is the thing we have to face? I don't like seeing this thing. Oh. There are times I get around a ton of dust from computers at work, so... Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense, that makes sense. I need a C, an N, and an S, I think. Between giant pinwheels. Oh. Is it N? Is it not N? Maybe it is just C. Black? Black instead of blank. Okay, so C. Then a live show. I feel like I was supposed to find the pinwheel thing a while ago. There's pinwheels in the forest. Wow! Are you hitting me with this song after all that? Okay. Do you want to play cards with your friends? Yeah, okay, sure. It's awesome. A single bean on a plate. With the little eyeballs here. Oh. I guess? I look at the map. I don't remember what button is for map. Is it in my pocket? Spooky map? Points to like a ghoulish feast? Oh, that's the one you give to the ghosts, I guess. I would imagine I've explored everywhere and I just need to go back and finish the quests and stuff. These early songs are so ominous compared to everything else. Eat some candy, I guess. You and your friends feel like new. Yummy. There's still 2 days left. That's kind of surprising. A floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. Okay, maybe I should check on the flowers. I think that would be nice. I don't really know. What? What? Hello? A flower. No! It's dead for realsies. This happened to my strawberry plant. Oh. Are they all like that? This is so sad! Oh, I wanted to take good care of them. A dead flower. I guess sometimes you can't make it better, huh? Well, I guess trying is all you can do. Well, I have to give a stuffed animal to Candly. I don't really remember who Candly is. I think it was a Sprout Mole. I don't remember. We did the strange list thing. Oh, we gotta give this care package to the mole colony. Can I see the map from here? I thought it would be M for sure. Oh, I don't even know what I pressed. What is this? I haven't been everywhere. I need to go to Sprout Mole Town. Oh, I also haven't really done much with the Orange Oasis. I went there and said, man, this is not what I should be doing right now. But I guess I'll go there after the Sprout Mole colony. Squawk! Rocky Bridge. It's like underground. Is it W? Wow. I sure wish I sure wish I remembered how to get there. At last I'm free. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Take this. It's a gift from me. Thank you. Dandelions and the roses. Excellent, 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 excellent. I'm glad you're happy. Creature. They're so strange. They kind of remind me of Cabbage Patch Kids a little bit. My mama had one of those. Wow, that was so awesome. Boing. Oh buddy. You guys are about to get stunted on. Yippee! Oh my god, 5 clams, let's go! Right. Maybe the map is misleading. Maybe it's just laid out like this for easy understanding. Do not touch me. I don't remember it being like in a random cave. But I guess I don't remember where it was otherwise. You finished the hangman? No. I still need the C, which is between two pinwheels. And the S, which is within a live shell. You know, there's pinwheels all around here, but I haven't seen a ladder. There's a ladder to the Sproutmole village? What is this? That goes up? A ladder that goes up. But not the one that leads to Space Junk. Oh, I kind of vaguely remember there being a second ladder. But it was like, you're afraid of heights. Okay, I'll find it, I'll find it. No! What is this? A dog? Shelter. This? I had to imagine this leads to Space Junk, but I guess I'll check. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Ah! One key left. Don't like that. One key left, but there's still stuff. Like, obviously, I get that it's Hangman and you want to win. But since there's other letters, doesn't that make you wanna try to get all of them? Oh. Repeller cap. Tasteful. Oh, hey, Mori. Been seeing you all the way up here. The wind here is stronger than it is on the ground. I wonder why that is. Seems like the perfect weather to fly a kite. That's so cute. Ah yes, some delicious fruits. Would you like to eat some? Yeah. No pears though. You and your friends feel like new. The boy stares at his kite in deep concentration. Do you want to disturb him? No, that's mean. A floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. God, my ears popped again. Yeah. That tends to happen with the elevation. What? Did you say something? I said your ears popped because of the elevation. Shh, keep it down. It's not just us here. Can't you see that boy with his kite? He looks like he's concentrating really hard. Oops. Sorry, Kite Kid. Well, since they like pointed him out, I feel like I should disturb him. I'm just a boy with his kite. We may not look like much, but we have an unbeatable bond. It's not something just anyone would understand. We'll show you how strong we are when we work together. Why is this Pokemon? What the? Okay. I think this kid is dead as hell. Goodbye, kite. Wow, he's more resilient than I thought. No, this can't be. The wind. It's getting weaker. 2 damage. Pikachu! Wow. Are you saying this is Pikachu? You're so right. That's true. Real and true. Kind of an early game boss? Yeah, I kind of imagine. Like, I'm just coming back to this later. Huh? What are you saying, huh, to? Yo! What the hell? Okay. Pikachu! My goodness, level 34 Slay. Sigh, I knew it. We can't perform at our full potential without the perfect weather conditions. The wind feels weaker today. Maybe there's something wrong with one of the pinwheels. Do the pinwheels make the wind? I never thought about that. They all look fine to me. Do you wanna bike lights with your friends? Yeah! Oh wow, a Pikachu, I guess. 75! Yeah! Big number. Big number, go Bert! Us is bullying the Pokemon trainer. Yo! I just wanted to talk to him. He's the one who wanted to fight. Look at their kite. Samori has a cat. And Kel has... I don't know what this is. Looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Or maybe a chicken. With no beak. And then Achi has a bunny. And Hero's got kind of a normal basic one. But that's okay. He's valid for that, I guess. Ugh. I feel like I fought so many bunnies. The train guy's gonna be so happy. Oh! Pinwheel is broken. Oh! Spaghetti. Sheesh! Eat it up. Eat it up. I like that one. Okay, still need to find the way to the Sprout Mole village. It's gotta be somewhere. Just a tire swing. Okay. Spaghetti. I'm running. There's no rabbits. I don't need to deal with them. I'll play with you later. Oh my goodness. Okay. It is fine. You found candy, yo! Pinwheel Forest, Squawk Squawk, Foggy Bridge. Where is the colony? Is there a station for it? Can I go to the colony? I'm strapped, I'm strapped. I'm strapped, let me in. Greetings and welcome to Pluto's Space Line. Where will your journey take you today? None of these are Sprout Mole Colony. guy. Thanks for that. Wonder where all the children went. Oh, I didn't mean to go in there. Next section is super long. Like 2 to 3 hours long for its content. Do you have time for that? No. No, I do not. I was just gonna run around trying to complete some of the stuff in my inventory. Like, try to use it. I'm trying to deliver this package to the Sprout Mole colony, but I forgot how to get there. Tentacle. The surface of the water is shimmering. Yeah, I'll throw clams. Wow, that was so awesome. Oh. Sigh. Hey, it's me, Weeping Willow, the goddess of the lake. Thanks for the clams, I guess. They say that money can buy happiness, but apparently it's not working. Can you do something funny for me? Maybe tell a joke? Oh, I have a joke book. Okay, what is it? Fake Sprout Mole for real? Are you saying Weeping Willow is a fake Sprout Mole? I mean, that's kind of real. Shout out to all my fake Sprout Moles out there. You open the joke book. The contents of this book are too embarrassing to read out loud. Maybe someone older would be able to do... Oh, girl. Really? You called me out for nothing? Sigh. What a waste of time. Oh my god. I spent 10 clams on that. I feel like Hero would be more embarrassed, but I guess we'll try. Me? I'm a fake Sprout Mole. Why am I a fake Sprout Mole? I guess that's fine. I guess I don't mind being a fake Sprout Mole. Sigh. Which joke would you like to read? I don't remember most of these. But since she lives in a lake, maybe she liked an ocean joke. What lies at the bottom of an ocean and twitches? A nervous wreck. Snip. That joke was so bad. Just makes me wanna sniff. What? Oh my god. She didn't like it. Can I try again? I lost the way to Sprout Mole Village. Well, if you're such a real Sprout Mole, why don't you tell me the way to Sprout Mole Village? Man, I'm gonna end up giving her like 100 clams. Because I have to keep trying to read funny jokes. What about construction? Want to hear a joke about construction? I'm still working on it. Sniff, sniff. Hehe. Hey, that joke's pretty funny. Hehehehe. I feel a little better now. That's lovely. Oh my goodness. I never said I was a Sprout Mole. I thought you were for real. You kind of have Sprout Mole aura. In a way. You know, I could imagine you with the little leaf on your head. Thanks for cheering me up, travelers. Here's a reward for your valiant efforts. This is an ancient weapon of indescribable power. Only a true hero is able to wield it. The gods are calling for me. I'm afraid it's my time. It's time to take my leave. Our time together was short, but it has been a mostly pleasurable experience. Perhaps we will meet again in another life. So long, travelers. It's been fun. That's so lovely. Bum, 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 bum. You got the lol sword. I guess only Hero can use it. XD. Makes attack and juice higher, but I think I like snacks being more effective. I don't think anything's gonna beat my frying pan. Glad to have more options though. This isn't the way to Sprout Mole Village, I don't think. I don't remember what it goes to though, so guess it's worth checking out. I also have to find ghosts. Are you a ghost? Sniff. Oh, this is Candly. Sniff, sniff. Oh, that's my teddy bear. You gave the teddy bear to Candly. Aww. I'm so happy to have you back, Teddy. Thank you for returning him to me. Here's a small gift for you. It's not much, but I hope you like it. A rubber duck. Come on, Teddy. What should we play first? Oh, I know. Would you like a cup of tea? Ah, that's so lovely. Duck. A cute rubber duck doesn't like you very much. Defense +7. What do the cat ears do? Wind defense speed 10. I like cat ears. I kind of like what my little guys have. I just want to complete the quests and help people out. Oh no, she's become a lost rat. Oh, she's gonna become hostile. Yo, shush, don't say that. No, see, look. This was planned because I wouldn't have found Candly if I didn't get lost. Have you considered that? Have you considered that? Ugh. Yeah, it's true though. I sure don't know. Yeah, I'm in Pyrify Forest. But where... Does a rail track lead to Sprout Mole Town? I can swim in water now. I don't know if that was an option before. A golden hero sandwich. Oh hey, it's this place. You guys want to get in? Mr. Jawsome told me the password once so I could complete one of his errands. I love these guys. They're loads of fun. Huh? What's the password? Hey Hoagie, it's me, Hero. The password is... Hero, my man. Welcome, welcome. Doors unlocked. Come right on in. Huh? Yo! Make yourselves at home, kiddos. Any friend of Hero is a friend of mine. This is awesome. Aru? Ruth, very young. Haru is cute. Rupin? Can't serve fruit juice to minors. You know the rules. But you're always welcome to stay and enjoy the music. Do you wanna lounge with your friends? Yeah! Kel is sitting on a box. That's awesome. And I am gonna become hostile. Where is my Sprout Mole village? Everyone gained 5 juice! Oh my goodness. In a cruel twist of fate, I lost my entire family in a day. Curses. If only I was stronger. Sigh. Reuben. I'll take one more drink for my sorrows. Coming right up, Max. Yikes, I killed his whole family and he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know it was me. What song do you want to play? Fruit juice is so adult. Oh, it so is. What kind of fruit do you think it is? I have to imagine it's probably grape. That's not as fun. Maybe cranberry. Ooh, this is funky. Oops, I just clicked that. Mary? I think this is the one that Toby Fox worked on or made. Somebody told me that. Maybe the game told me that. Lovely. See, getting lost has its benefits. Don't forget that. Hero. Oh my god. Have you lost yourself? Hang in there, soldier. Yeah. Thank you for the bit. This is so swag. Cranberry juice is the most adult juice I can think of. That's what I was thinking, because it's sort of bitter. I don't think children really enjoy cranberry juice. Barrel bomb. Barrel bomb. Okay, where am I? What are you? Guys, unconscious. I freaking love cranberry juice. I like cranberry juice, but I do prefer it to be mixed with another juice. It's fine. It's just a very strong flavor. Wait, is this like the Sweetheart's Castle? And that's why everyone's dead? Oh no, this is the colony. Okay, I found it in the end. Give me that, I'm gobbling it. Sheesh. Maybe I should get some cranberry juice. Juicy tomatoes? Oh, I do not want to eat that. No thanks. Hey, no questions. Give me a bed first and then we'll talk. Wait, I think I have a bed. Wait, maybe I don't. What is a bed? BED. Shoot. Forgot what he wanted me to do. Anyways, I gotta give a care package to someone. Is it you? You four. Since you are undoubtedly lesser Sweetheart fans, I must ask you to find my precious thing and return it to me. You know it when you see it. Oh, heck yeah. Wait, do I have the thing? Oh, I guess I don't. Man, these sprout moles want so much stuff. I thought I had so much stuff. Oops. To be delivered to Sprout Mole Colony. Okay. Did I use the matchbox? I don't even know. I don't even be knowing. Okay, that's basil. Methinks. Ooh, I do need to use a snow cone ticket as well. I feel like I should have seen a ghost by now. If I need to find 6 of them, there's no way I haven't run into any. Or, alternatively, I'm a little blind. Wait, did you want this package? Blast! Where in the world is my good-for-nothing son? Last night I asked him to analyze the effects of my latest invention, the BED. I'm longing to hear the results. I hope he's not doing what I think he's doing. That's some family drama. That does not sound like my business. Okay, there's the guy I killed. These sprout moles are like grooving out. Kind of a nice song. Tofu. Is that where I came from? I think so. I think so. Wait. Can I go in the sprout mole shaped room? I don't know if I went there before. Oh, I can't use it. No humans allowed. Can't be disturbed. Occupied. Ugh. These sprout moles are so complicated. Who wanted a package? Are you in here? Oh wow, they fixed the floor so nicely. Can you go backstage? Guess not. Wow, it's so eerie in here. No music. A somber wedding experience. What? Wait, is this the colony or the village? I remember the sprout moles are split, but I don't remember the sprout mole town. I think that's where I am. Oh wait, maybe it's this guy. Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? I was too tired. Oh, I already wrote that one down. Huff, huff, huff. All this training has made me so hungry. I really wish I had some tofu right now. Give a tofu to the very sweaty sport mole. Okay, you can have some. Wow, thank you for the tofu. I really needed that. In return, here's my most prized possession. Please take good care of it. A big air horn was his most prized possession. That is so lovely. Yo, the sun's sleeping! I have tuna and avo sushi with miso chicken leg. Yo! Oh my god. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. I didn't even like avocado that much, but when it's on sushi, it's pretty banging. It's pretty banging. Gonna have some pizza for dinner. You want me to mail you some? Yeah! Yes. Yes, I'll make a little breadstick for it. What flavor pizza do you have? Use big air horn on Sleepy Mole. Yeah, okay. Eek! Who are you? Oh no, I'm late. Could it be that No. I must have overslept. Oh, that's unfortunate. Getting woken up and then realizing you're late. Back-to-back trouble. You love Avo, really? Are you the type of person who puts like avocado like on your toast? You like ask for extra avocado on your burritos and stuff? I didn't know. I feel like the texture is not that optimal. Not my favorite texture. But in sushi, I feel like you can't really taste any textures. It just is all mixed together. And I think it's good in that situation. This one is... Yeah. What do you mean by that? Listen, I would never oversleep. That has never happened to me before. Sprout moles don't oversleep. This BED, it's powerful. Maybe even too powerful. I'd better tell Dad about this. Oh. I don't know who your dad is. Oh my god. Christmas is ruined. I forgot I ruined Christmas. I would absolutely add more avocado if it didn't cost a lot. Yeah. It do be costing a lot, huh? Sprout moles, while intelligent, are also very obsessive creatures. As you can see, I lack any semblance of self-control. Why is that one also me? Yo! Swish, swish, swish. I forgot how cute these guys are. I see if you tossed your favor. In the way of winter, you will receive no gifts from me. Oh yeah, I did pick the winter mole. I forgot what he gave me. Why are you here? I'm angry. Go away. Wanted to order a buffalo sauce pepperoni pizza, but they said, we don't have that sauce. So F them. I'll pick off the pepperoni slices for you. Thank you! You remembered. You remembered. One of the best pizzas I ever had was like barbecue sauce. Barbecue sauce based pizza with chicken. Oh, it was so good. And they like drizzled something on top of it. I don't know what it was. But it was so good. It was so good. Okay, wait. The dad is somewhere. The dad was a mayor, I imagine. Where is that mayor? Are you the mayor? No questions. Give me a BED first and then we'll talk. Well, that one little guy had a BED. I think I had to talk to the mayor. And I've lost him. How could you forget? Well, I wouldn't really expect anyone to remember. But it's sweet that you did. Dad, I'm here. I got drama. By the gods, son, where have you been? I'm afraid I have some terrible news. What is it, son? You know you can tell me anything. Last night, while I was testing the BED, I overslept. No, it can't be. If what you said is true, then all my research, this invention, the BED, it's all too powerful. You see, my theory is that a BED would help sprout moles gain a good night's rest and thus gain productivity throughout the day. But what good is it if the very same invention causes sprout moles to lose productivity instead? The BED has the potential for greatness, but the current risk is too high. By the gods, what have I done? You say you only had C left, are you tweaking? No, I have C and S left. I still need an S. And I think that one is in a clam or a shell or something. With you and Vic are my top 5 streamers. I gotta like everything you say. Oh wow. Do you have a little notebook? A little Frosty notebook? And you're like, this is her time zone. This is what she's allergic to. This is her favorite color. That would be cute. S is in the underwater highway. Sorry, this is backseating. My bad. I accepted timeout. Oh, well, that is a bit backseaty. But I'll let it slide. Okay. I'm afraid if it progresses the story, though, I wanna make sure I don't miss anything. I'd hate to like progress and then there be a point of no return, you know? I cannot unleash this dangerous technology upon the world, lest our humble village may never wake up again. Hey, you there! Child, take this BED away from us. We have no need for such power. Yippee! Oh my god, and then we give it to the weird guy. Now be gone, and speak not of what you saw here today. Okay, sounds good. I just slug what you say in my brain. I don't know your favorite color or time zone. I should start considering I do that. I do have that for some other streamers. Oh, you just got a brain file. I didn't know. I try to do that for people. Not in like a weird way. I just try to remember things that seem sort of important. But then I get them all mixed up. You know, it's hard. It's hard to remember everyone's stuff. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, wait, you're not the one who wanted the bed. You're not the shady guy. Favorite food, color, time zone, allergies, get to it. Oh my goodness. My favorite food is probably rice. I really, really like rice. My favorite color is purple, but not just any purple. Like, you see this purple? This does not cut it. It's like very... It's almost the color of this ladder. Like very pastel, like Easter style purple. You know? Not dark purple. Like somewhere, something around this. My time zone is Eastern Standard Time. It might still be daylight time. I don't know. Daylight savings is like next week, right? I don't know. Anyways, it's Eastern. It's Eastern something. My allergies. I don't have any like quote unquote allergies, but I do have this thing called geographic tongue, where if I eat like really acidic food or like citrus, it will make my tongue hurt really bad and it turns white. That's all. I feel like I'm doing one of those like elementary school like all about me posters. Can you tell me Dilsy's favorite Pokemon? Dilsy likes Hypno! The little yellow elephant looking guy. I think. I think she also likes Rowlet a lot. But I think my final answer is Hypno. Makes sense you are in Midwest. I pressed enter early. Oh. I'm in Midwest? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Do you like acidic foods despite your thing with your stomach? Yeah, I would say lemon is like my favorite fruit. Maybe not. But it's like maybe tied for first. I really, really like eating lemons, but it really hurts my tongue. Yeah, and like sometimes ketchup will hurt my tongue. It depends on the ketchup though. But I still like it. I was thinking Rowlet, but I don't know. Oh. Wait. Maybe it is Rowlet. I thought she really liked Hypno. Well, it's definitely one of those two. Lemon is so good. Not on its own, but in food? No, it's good on its own too. You gotta go out to a restaurant and then you order a water with lemon, but instead of squeezing the lemon into your water, you just eat it. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Ah, lemons. You said you were? Did I? I used to be. I used to be. Do my eyes deceive me? I don't believe it. It's a BED. A real, genuine, bona fide BED. I'm gonna use it right this second. Hey, what are you doing? We helped you, so you should help us. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's with all the attitude? It may not seem like it, but I'm a mole of my word. Now, you didn't hear this from me, but earlier, I believe I may have seen a sprout mole with a big pink bow digging through poor old Pessy's pockets. A sprout mole with a big pink bow? That sounds like Rosa. The menace Rosa's at it again. Come on, Mori. We gotta make her hand over Pessy's thing no matter what. And these sprout moles have such drama. I don't even remember where Rosa is. You couldn't even answer previous? Listen, it's difficult. Everything gets all jumbled up. I would say I don't know most people's favorite Pokemon. Like, people have probably told me a bunch of times. But it's quite hard. It's quite hard. No, thank you, it's too sour. It is sour, but it's also a little bit sweet. And that flavor is pretty awesome. You said your favorite food was rice. I mean, who am I to judge this? I got that right. Yeah, like white rice with soy sauce? Yummy rice. Or like any other sauce, I don't know. Fried rice is good. But I don't know. I just love rice so much. It's so good. It's really good at absorbing flavor. Sheesh. I don't know. I guess there's been times where I was in the mood for something that wasn't rice. Like I don't know if I would eat rice every single day for every single meal. But I think it's my favorite. Lemon equals cranberry. Oh. Okay. I've never had a cranberry. I've only had cranberry juice. I don't know if you can just buy a cranberry and put it in your mouth, but that makes sense to me. Like, I think cranberry juice is a little too strong of a flavor, and you think lemon is too strong. I can accept this. Rosa, the jig is up. Why are you here? I'm angry. Go away. Thanks to you, my dear sweetheart ran away with that blasted Captain Spaceboy. Again! Sigh. Sweetheart was only a few doors away. But now she's flown galaxies away. How will I follow her now? Do I look like I can fly to you? Give a good guess what one of my favorite Pokemon is. Okay, well, I think it's a little bit easy for you. Oh gee. Oh gee, I wonder. I have a sneaking suspicion, and this is just not based off anything at all. This is just a random shot in the dark. I think you really like Giratina. Streamer blew up their house. Ooh. Ooh, I would if it wasn't Awa. I don't think I could blow up Awa's house. Have you ever tried makulpa? A dense meal of rice chicken, slightly thin eggplant slices and tomato, spices included. Duh. No, I've never even heard of that. But I like pretty much any culture's rendition of chicken with rice. Like Spanish style rice with like, I don't know, Spanish style chicken. Like the seasonings. Oh, that's so good. Stir fry. Oh, that's so good. I don't know. It's all so good. I've never had risotto, but I imagine that's pretty good too. You've been added to the streamer channel notepad. Yeah. I don't know if that was really our fault. Rosa, we know you stole Prezzy's thing. Now give it back. Man. Some drama in the mole community. Wow, Giratina. Correct. Yeah. My house is safe? Yeah. Only for now, though. The next time you make a snide comment about me... about me oversleeping, then maybe we'll have to reconsider things. This again? Why are you always after my sweetheart merchandise? I found it fair and square, so... It's finders keepers. Don't worry, guys. Let me handle this. Hey, Rosa. Why don't you and I try to work something out? Ew! No, I don't want to hear it. It's kind of awesome. There is no way I am giving you the most valuable new addition to my collection. Now get out of my house. Aww. Can Kel do it? I feel like she vibes with Kel. Risotto, oh my lord. Remember when you asked me the best thing my work cooked? I take back what I said before. But in risotto instead? Really? You always have something like new and exciting and different every time. And it always sounds so banging. You tell me the risotto's the best? Whoa. I want to try risotto. Every time I watch like Hell's Kitchen or something, it seems like the risotto is always very important. What am I supposed to do about this? Can Aubrey do it? Can Amori do it? They had such good risotto. Creamy? Creamy? Is it creamy? Oh. It's hard to imagine rice being creamy. I guess if it's just like absorbing a lot of chicken stock. Here, I want a bite. Someone make some risotto. Give me a little bite, please. I don't know what to do about this, sweetheart fan. Can I talk to Pressy? Be like, yo, I know where your thing is, but you have to get it yourself. Chicken and mushroom risotto. Ooh. I do like chicken. I am a big chicken enjoyer. Rose has been difficult again, huh? Figures. She's always been like that. Here, take this and show it to her. There's no way she will refuse you after seeing this. Blackmail? Leave me in my new bed alone. Our business is done here. Can I read the blackmail? Contains details of Rosa's dark past. I want to read it! I want to know what Miss Girl is up to. Okay, a lot of back and forth. I think after we figure out this drama, that would be a good place to end stream. Oh, that's not her house. Has it become kind of a routine to talk about food around this time during stream? Because I always hop in this time and yap about food, I just realized. Maybe that's kind of real. Maybe that's kind of real. It is 5:30, so it's like... It's not quite dinner time, but it's like a little bit hungry in here. So I think you coming in and being like, I have this food. And then it's like, ooh, I got food on my brain too. So I guess if anyone ever wants to talk to us about food, please be sure to be here around 5:30 Eastern time. Oh yeah. Back again. You amuse me. Such a fruitless effort. Oh. Step aside, guys. I'll deal with her. Wait, Kel. It's true that Rosa is a real pain, but I have some serious issues with using blackmail as a means to... Hey, Rosa! Check this out! Ken pulled out the blackmail. Well, where did you get that? I've changed my mind. Please, kind sir. I'll give you anything you want. Just politely hand over that blackmail at once. Brainwaves, connecting! Beep, 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 beep. Ah, yes. You wanted Patsy's thing, right? Fine, whatever. Take it. It's yours. Now give me that blackmail. Hurry up and do it! You traded blackmail for Patsy's thing. Oh my gosh, you had to burn it. It is that serious? I'm gonna need you to get out of my house now. You already got what you wanted, didn't you? Now scram! Scram, I say! Scramming. Scram is such a funny word. I think if anyone told me to scram, like, seriously, I guess I would be kind of like, oh man, that's kind of mean. But I feel like as a joke, scram is hilarious. Work, late epic sigh. Aww. Goodbye, Kira. Oh my goodness, thank you for the 10 stars, Yippee! And alert. That is mighty kind of you. I hope the rest of your workday goes so smoothly. I hope it's busy, but not too busy that it's stressful. Just busy enough to keep your mind occupied. And it goes by super fast. Oh, you found it! My precious thing! Thank you. I say. Thank you. I say again. Wait, I should have investigated. I wonder what it was. In return for your selfless deed, I bestow upon you the ultimate gift. You got a sweetheart bust. Isn't it beautiful? May it fill you with joy for the rest of your days. Oh, yuck yuck. Is it... Maybe it's equipable. I don't even know what a sweetheart bust is used for. Oh, bust a sweetheart. It's really heavy. Like, really, really heavy. It's so realistic! My goodness. Wow, speed way down. Nice attack though. I guess it's another case of I think my little guys are built fine, but I'm glad to have more items. Okay. And next time we'll finish the hangman thingy and maybe explore the orange oasis as well. I think this is a good stopping point. Get me out of here. Yippee!
Scram from Sprout Mole Village right now, interloper.
Yo! I'm not an interloper. I helped those sprout moles. I helped this shady guy and a mayor and a really crazy fan, you know? Those are the 3 pillars of society, don't you know? Sigh. Thanks for stream. Oh my god, thank you. I will not be live tomorrow because I have judo tomorrow and, you know, some other stuff. Gotta take care of business. But I will be live again on Thursday. Yippee! Thursday! I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing on Thursday, but maybe perhaps League of Legends ... Maybe perhaps Stardew Valley ... I don't know. You can let me know what you want to see. But we'll be live doing something on Thursday, and I'll be live again on Friday to play Slay the Spire 2. Yippee! And that's my plans for the week. I hope you guys have a really good week. Have a lovely rest of your Tuesday, and have a lovely Wednesday, and have a lovely Thursday, and I'll see you later. Let's raid Kaze. They're playing Elden Ring. Yippee! I think that sounds exciting. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Carrot. Gulp. Thank you. Yeah. Have a great rest of your day, everyone. Make sure you drink enough water and get enough sleep and eat enough protein. And you know, if you wanna be slow like me, we're plinking at 9 p.m. sharp. So, you know, do that if you want to. I haven't missed a single day. Not to brag or anything, but yeah, I'm maintaining my goals. But yeah, goodbye everyone. Here's here's a raid message if you want it. Here's a sub raid message if you want it. Swole, yeah. I'm plinking for 3 minutes every day at 9 p.m. It's okay if you fall. I cannot make it the full 3 minutes, so I fall around the 2-minute mark. But then you just like get back up again. You know, it's chill. I forgot about the blinking. I'm so sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay. I had to set an alarm. I had to set an alarm that goes off every day so that I don't forget. But yeah, I'm getting swole. One day after like a few months, maybe I'll have abs. I am still like eating cake though. But anyway, we're ready. Bye. Goodbye.